Okay, great, thank you. Good evening. Let's call this meeting to order for the August 12th, 2019 City Council Study Session. And I am going to turn this over to City Manager Lewis to do some introductions. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. Just want to give a brief introduction before Maria Sobota kicks us off. As you know, we have split the discussion, the budget discussion of the enterprise funds and the general fund. So next week, as opposed to trying to pack all of those in tonight, we're going to have the enterprise discussion next week. Tonight we want to focus on the general fund. There are that includes both operating and capital budgets. We appreciate the feedback that we've gotten so far with regard to that budget, but we want to really start digging into the details as we move towards a early September, kind of finalizing the budget. The first public hearing is scheduled, as you know, for September 16th. So we are starting to get down to the nitty-gritty, if you will, of those budgets. And we want to make sure as we start making what we know are hard decisions to come, we want to make sure that those reflect your priorities. So as you listen to the budget presentation, as you ask questions of the departments, as they come up individually for your questions, we do want you to ask those hard questions and give us a sense of what you think should be reduced, what should be cut, and if revenue would be increased, what that would look like, and some combination thereof of revenue increases plus cuts. Whatever you want to see is what we want to hear tonight. So the more specific and directive you can be, the better for us. And I will mention that per the discussion that we had with the mayor and the mayor pro tem, Maria is going to be presenting the departmental budgets, but we'll be bringing up department heads to answer your questions if you have any specifics on that. So with that, I'll turn it over to Maria.
Okay, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. So tonight is the next series of discussion. We've had an opportunity to share with you differing levels of detail related to the budget tonight, and in the presentation that was provided within the packet, there was more detail provided. And the way that we'd like to structure this evening's conversation is to clarify answers from the August 5th discussion with council. I'll take a few minutes to do that. Respond to questions received after August 5th. We'll take a few minutes for that, and actually that is why Director Hargrove, Director DeAndre, and Director Brocklander are here, because there were specific questions asked by one council member related to their area, so we thought we'd take a moment to do that. I'll quickly review the departmental budgets. We'll take about 20 minutes to do that. And the majority of the evening will be spent responding to questions that you have after the department budget review, reviewing priorities and initiative requests per the discussion document, and to reach consensus so that we can move forward in continuing to finalize the 2020 proposed budget. And before we start, just so that you know what this document was intended to provide you with, which I've just provided you hard copies of, this is a discussion sheet that will be used for your reference only during this discussion. And council, you can take notes and ask us questions, but I thought I would point it out before we even start to answer the questions in case there are follow-up questions that you have. When I go through the presentation, I would appreciate it if we could just go through it and then ask department directors to come up to the center area here to answer specific questions that you have regarding their areas. Okay? Does that sound like a plan? Okay. So I'd like to start first by answering questions that you asked last week, specifically during the meeting. There were two. One was in reference to the actual dollar amount of property taxes that we've collected. I was talking about the fact that the mill had not increased, but property taxes, of course, did, based on an increase in the valuation of our properties. So in 1999, we collected approximately $1.7 million in property tax. Last year in 2018, we collected $4 million. So a $2.3 million increase in 19 years in dollar amounts. But again, I mentioned last week that this is still less than 10% of our collected revenues. So hopefully that addresses that question. I was also asked how much money do we spend on temporary and part-time wages. Part-time includes not only part-time but also seasonal employees. The total is 3.3 million of approximately 22.7 million, and that's just salaries. So I think that answers that question. All right, so the questions that we received after the meeting, I'm going to take this one by one. These questions came from Councilmember Sierra, so thank you very much for providing these questions to us. Clarity on FTEs being added in the budget. I think you'll note in the presentation I actually included more detail. When I get to that point in the presentation, I'll explain a little bit about our total FTEs in 2019 and 2020. Is the city transferring dollars to CIP or other enterprise funds in 2020? No, there are no plans at this point in this proposed budget to transfer funds. We actually are in a situation where the general fund expenditures exceed our revenues right now. And yes, in part of the overage is due to the increase in the medical cost rate, but staff does expect that through the negotiation process that will finish up at the end of August when we have 2 quarters of data, claim data, to provide to the insurers that were actually inquiring what their rates would be. We expect those costs to be lower, and I put an assumption into the back of the deck as to what that might be, so that we actually knew where we thought we might stand. But it's a very high-level estimate at this point, and it's not negotiated yet. But I wanted to give you that idea, so we'll talk a little bit more about that. We were asked about more information regarding the South Suburban Parks and Rec and Arapahoe Library mill rates. The South Suburban Parks and Rec mill rate is 8.364, and the Arapahoe Library is 5.845. And of course, I think you are all aware that we are not supporting these types of programs through property tax at the City of Englewood. The council member Sierra also asked what other munis are paying for water, sewer, and stormwater. Staff will take time to survey other municipalities like Denver and Littleton and provide this information as soon as it's available. For PIF projects, it was asked of us to provide more information related to the park planning piece, and the question specifically was, without knowing where the source of revenue is this prudent to do now? So with that, I will pass that question over to Director Hargrove, and she'll respond to that.
Thank you. My answer to our request for funds to plan detailed design drawings for our plans is so that we would have the information that we need if we were to ask the citizens for additional funding. We have rough estimates of costs, but if we're serious about the possibility of bonding for these, having up-to-date detailed so that people say, how much is this going to cost? We will have the information to do that. And we would also be able to move forward very quickly if we decided to move forward with construction. Otherwise, we've got months, if not a year's worth of delay before we could even ask a reasonable assumption. Now, if that's a good use of funds, that's a difficult question, but the purpose of that is to move us forward with the information that we need to make that decision. Does that help? If I may.
Yeah, that does help. Is it possible for us to get an understanding of what that, you said that you have preliminary costs on what it may be. Is it possible to get that information on the parks, or?
Well, on what the parks might be?
Yes.
Yes, that was included in the master plan.
That's part of the
sort
master
Sort
plan,
of in
okay.
general,
Okay.
you know, but not in a great deal of
Okay.
detail.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next question asked was specifically related to a request that you will be talking about tonight in the Capital Projects Fund. It's the Human Resources Project. And I think what we'll do, if it's okay with you, is defer until we've completed the presentation and you can ask those questions directly to Director Gonzalez. I'm thinking it might take more than just a sentence or two. Okay? The rugged computers, we were also asked about that particular project. We were asked if this is for the police department, and yes, it is. Okay, so those were the questions that were asked regarding last week's presentation to us. We also received some preliminary questions regarding our presentation tonight, and I'd like to take just a moment to answer these if we could. And when we get to the point in the presentation, I'll point out what I am referring to or what I was referring to at that point, but felt that we could get some of these answered in advance so that as we went through the presentation, you were aware. So on slide 8 of the presentation, when I actually am showing the increases in costs, the question was asked if the dental benefit was actually an $86,000 decrease, as it was shown, because right next to it, it said that there was a 1% increase. The 1% increase relates to the dental cost, the rate, the dental. So I have moved on to a discussion regarding this week's presentation.
And it was a question that you're answering about this week's presentation?
Yes.
That you took ahead of time of this meeting? Okay.
Yes, we did. Yes, yes. We did ask the council to provide us with questions in advance so that we were prepared, and we did receive some back. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And again, when I get to those points in the presentation, I'll point out the specific line item that I'm talking to, but it just helps for clarification. So there is a decrease in dental benefit cost to the city, even though there is a rate increase of 1% that I'm showing because of expected participation in the program, okay? So the rate is a 1% increase, but actually the city is going to experience a decrease because of participation. So I want to eliminate that if there's any confusion. Also, there is a question regarding the citizen response specialists that were being requested. There are 3 proposed part-time FTEs, so a total of 1.5 FTE increase. The question specifically was, can they be effective as part-time resources? What would their role be, and how will they get trained? And I'm going to ask Dorothy to talk a little bit about that.
Can you clarify what page it is that you're talking about for everybody?
Certainly.
It would be slide 9, 12, page 12 of the packet.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I will, yes, okay. And I'll apologize in advance because it's hard for me to be very brief on this score because it is a new position. The purpose is to provide a single source of information for our citizens, asking questions, phone calls, websites, so that we can track those citizen concerns and make sure that they're being answered properly, promptly, and accurately. The problem that we're frankly trying to solve is that that function is now diffuse throughout the organization. We have, very dedicated customer service people, but it's not their entire job. For instance, people at the front desk at the finance who were also processing payments and doing lots of magical finance things, also will answer the phone. If they're not available, then it goes to some of our other support staff and community development or public works or utilities, all of whom will answer the phone and deal with some of these. Our communications department, will answer some of them. But not to have a single source of accountability means that we don't have good data on what questions people are asking, how quickly they're referred, and how quickly their concerns are being met. We're working very hard to make our online service more efficient. We have an internal task force working on some of that, but we never want to make it so that the only way you could contact the city is via an electronic source. We believe in phones. We want to provide a variety of sources there. We also feel that on the 3rd floor, when you walk up now, it's empty. It is not a welcoming, friendly, customer service-oriented environment, and we think our citizens deserve better when they come. So that these 3 part-time staff is all we're asking, and they will probably, just because of the hours, we're talking business hours, Monday through Friday only at this point, in order to have the kind of coverage that we need, we may need to supplement that. But they should be able to cover the majority of those 40 hours so that there's always a face there to smile and say, where would you like to go? And there would always be someone to answer the phone, and they could spend other time accepting what I call basic payment. If you just want to pay your utility bill and you don't have any questions, they'd be happy to take that. If you have an in-depth question, if you're a contractor and you want a permit, if you're talking to the building, they'll buzz you through so that you'll have an opportunity to talk to the particular staff. So I think it's the way we're doing it now is not good for our citizens, and it's not a productive use of our staff members' time because they're focused and trained on other tasks. The supervision of these three we're going to put in the library for several reasons. Number one, they're very used to dealing with to hiring, supervising, training, and holding accountable part-time staff. Librarians, by their very nature, forgive me for kind of going on about this, but you know, I mean, their job is to organize information and to help people identify what they really want. What is their question? How can it be answered effectively? Customer service training is in their DNA, and the library is very, you know, physically, obviously, it's in the same building. It makes a lot of sense for them to take on this role. It's the most cost-effective way to staff this function that we could come up with that will meet the needs.
Thank you.
Another question that we received, and it is on actually slide 34 of the deck. It relates to IT capital requests. Councilmember Sierra asked if Margaret could speak to how all of these items will improve productivity. And so I will hand that over to Margaret, Director Brocklander, to answer.
Thank you. So the first capital program is the workstation refresh.
Actually, I guess point of order. Can we just wait and answer that as part of the presentation, just because that is going to come up during the deck? So is that okay?
Sure.
So I'll walk through them, say what they are, and then you can ask Director Blocklander to come back up to the table. Okay? All right.
Yes, Councilmember Wink.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, forgive me. Director Brocklander, separate of the I think it was a Saturday afternoon budget meeting we had in this room with the department heads, what you might inform us on later on while we go through the presentation, is that different than the IT presentation you provided us budget-wise that day?
I have more information on those projects.
So it
I
is
can give you
different.
more detail on the
Okay,
projects.
additional, thank you.
Okay. Moving forward, there was another question regarding slide 41 in Parks and Rec. Is anything being done to improve Cushing Park? So I'll ask Dorothy to answer that.
There is no money in this budget toward development or improvement of any of our parks, Cushing included.
The final two questions that we received in advance, and I felt it was important to be transparent about the questions we received. That's why we're taking the time to review them in advance of the presentation, even though we are deferring some to the actual presentation itself. We're referring to Public Works. The three grants, I would just like to confirm that there is no impact to the general fund for 2020. Do you want to answer that now?
Sure. So the three projects that we're referring to are the sub-regional grants that were federal transportation dollars awarded through DRCOG. Those will actually be formally awarded next Wednesday at the DRCOG Board of Directors meeting. And what we anticipate is that we'll get them all. But our match portion, which is, I believe it's $40,000 for the congestion mitigation study, that won't begin until 2021. But the Oxford Ped Bridge, which our contribution is $200,000, will start this year, and those dollars are already accounted for in the capital improvement program. Excuse me, budget.
Did I answer your questions? Answer questions. Okay. The last question, again from for Public Works, the traffic signal upgrades. Would any of these have the ability to allow bicycles to move prior to traffic?
Yes. So our plan is, as we upgrade or replace traffic signals, we would look at opportunities to upgrade what's called either a bike give them advance notice or advance preemption for a bicycle. And usually what that entails is additional cameras that focus on the bike box where the bikes would be located. And that allows them to go in advance of the green signal for that thing, for that signal timing. So we do look at that each time. It might not make sense on every signal, but we are looking at it on the corridors that are identified in the walk and wheel plan. So for example, we're getting ready to install probably later this fall or early next spring the Oxford bike lanes. And the signal at Oxford and Broadway, we are evaluating that for that very installation.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to our agenda. So we have covered clarifying the questions and responding to the questions we received in advance. Thank you very much. Thanks. And at this time, I'll take about 20 minutes to review the departmental budgets in more detail. And actually, not only that, it's also to remind everyone or review the things that we discussed last week that are pertinent to some of the decisions you're making this evening. So we presented this last week at the end of 2019, based on where we currently stand with our revenues and expenditures for this year. We have estimated that there is a year-end fund balance, or there will be a fund balance of $19.1 million. This includes $8.6 million available above the reserve policy and additional Tabor reserve of $1.7 million. Our 2020 estimated revenues, as I discussed last week with you in our proposed budget, are $52.6 million. Our proposed expenditures are $54.2 million. Did I say that right? I said that incorrectly. $52.6 million for revenues, $54.2 million for expenditures. So our 2020 estimated year-end fund balance is estimated to be decreased to $17.5 million. With, if you ask us to bring forward and approve this budget as it exists today. But I believe we're here today to talk about that a little bit more. Again, I think it's important to keep in mind that you did approve to utilize a loan on an as-needed basis from the general fund to the storm drainage fund that will come from the long-term asset reserve of approximately $3 million. And I want to be clear that the dollars that I spoke to that are above policy include that it would be decreased incrementally depending upon draws on that particular loan. So that's something to keep in mind as we're talking further tonight. One thing that we didn't touch on last week that really the staff thought was very important to bring forth tonight, when you're talking about the budget and you're working through all of the departmental roll-ups, we are talking about efficiencies that we included in the budget that perhaps we didn't share last week, but certainly were consideration as we went through it. You became aware last week during the regular session and approved a cost reduction by approving a new contract with Tyler through those module eliminations that will reflect or is reflected in the current budget that you're looking at with a $50,000 credit. And then
Councilmember Barentine.
I just want to make sure that we're being really clear about the $3 million that we approved, because we do have, it's pretty set out what we intended when we voted on it.
Yes.
So I just want to be clear that when we say that it's just going to be used as an as-needed basis, that we actually clarified what we were doing this money for, that it's on the bullet points here, that we had we have intention for it, we can follow up on it, we can hold accountable to the money that we approved. It's not just like floating out there for something as it comes up. So I just wanted to clarify that.
thank you for allowing
right.
me to clarify that. Yes, the intended use is for the items that we mentioned that are included in the ordinance. The term as needed means that it's not automatically a $3 million transfer. We are going to make draws on that for the projects that were listed in the ordinance and the types of expenditures that were listed in the ordinance. So thank you for letting me clarify that.
And thank you for clarifying that.
Okay. So information technology, just Tyler modules, you approved the reduction. That $50,000 credit is reflected in the 2020 proposed budget. In addition, there is a $16,000 annual fee reduction that was associated with that as well. Communications, while this isn't, I like to use the word dollarized per se, there is an efficiency because we are processing finished video production in-house at $100 a minute versus outsourced costs of approximately $1,000 a minute of produced video. And perhaps that might be a question you'd like to ask Director Hargith later. Police services, the purchase shared service, the purchase shared records management system with Arapahoe County. As you recall, this was actually out of the bond premium. It actually cost the city $515,000 versus a standalone system that would have cost over $800,000, saving approximately $300,000. Within community development, you can see the reduction in several types of costs. Overtime was lowered. The vehicle maintenance program it's actually a charge from Public Works. That was a reduction. Some outdoor advertising, just based on utilizing internal digital capabilities, was reduced. And also their office furniture, equipment furnishings and fixtures were reduced. And again, these are items that I'm sure each of the directors would like to talk about if you need more information as we move forward. In Parks and Recreation and Library, there was a position, eliminated a full-time management position, but reassigned the managerial duties primarily to the department director, and used partial savings to increase our customer service staffing at the Inglewood Rec Center and the Malley Center. So that produced a savings of approximately $45,000. And again, similar to community development, there were reductions in other costs within the budget, including overtime, vehicle expenses, and through the delayed purchase and adapted maintenance schedule of about $103,000, agricultural supplies, the scholarship fund, and part-time care staffing, just to name a few. Also, under a category, not specific to any one department, but job reclassifications for the cost-efficient and effective staffing. I had mentioned last week that I did not replace the deputy director position, but instead am utilizing that position to do business licensing. It's a technician position and much needed. I can talk a little bit about that when we're in the finance section because of the number of business licenses that we're being asked to approve this year, and sales and use tax licenses that we're being asked to do this year versus in 2019 versus 2018, and we expect that to continue as businesses enter Englewood. There was also a management analyst position in CMO. Many of the costs, I'm going to say repurposing and moving around some of those dollars to utilize in different areas, produced a savings of approximately $10,000. And the legal intern position in the city attorney's office reduced expenses by approximately $37,000. Now, these costs, that is not a net cost to the increase that the city attorney's office is adding, but there is a request for an add as well, and that we'll talk a little bit later in the city attorney's office. This was an efficiency that was noted. Okay, so last week I was able to share with you the increases in our investment categories that total $4.5 million. So the $4.5 million represents the difference between our 2020 proposed budget and our 2019 amended budget. And I presented the information in terms of large categories of costs. And tonight, taking a deeper dive, and we certainly can talk about each one of these at the end of the presentation, about what makes up each of these cost categories of increases. I spoke to a few of them, and now we've isolated all of them on this page to equal the total, and it's in writing. So the retain and attract, $1.5 million. Approximately $900,000 of the 1.5 increase is due to the salary increases. We talked last week about a 3% increase proposal for our are employees that are non-union, and then the 3.5% for union employees per the contracts. I talked a little bit last week about the part-time and temporary mandatory increase, and we'll talk a little bit more about that when we get to Parks and Rec. The impact of that is approximately $200,000. And there also is a component for hiring current employees based on job analysis and review and market adjustment increases. So as we hire new employees, I think I mentioned last week, the staff is looking at the levels of staffing they have and looking at the types of individuals they need to fill positions if someone attrits. And it might change. The need might change, and they might have to offer a higher salary. So the impact of those sorts of adjustments throughout the year, also looking at just current employees as well, who are doing certain jobs. The staff has worked with HR to determine what the market is commanding for those types of positions in other organizations. So the impact of that throughout the organization within the general fund is $400,000. So that is how $1.5 million of our total salary and wage increase is met. We had quite a bit of discussion regarding the benefit cost increase. Currently in the proposed budget, the medical benefit increase is 26%, and that attributes to approximately $627,000 of the $1 million increase in benefits. I am going to continue to mention this. We're currently negotiating a more favorable rate, and we expect that by the end of August that this will decrease. And we have an assumption in the back of the deck when we're talking about what that gap is between our revenue and expenditures. So I'll talk a little bit more about that later. This is the bullet point that caused some confusion. So dental benefits, there is a 1% rate increase. However, given the participation rate that we expect for next year, we are projecting or estimated a decrease actually in our dental benefits cost of $86,000. The opt-out program, so this is a program that we offer employees who don't want to participate in any of our benefits. The city actually reimburses the employees. The impact of that is approximately $93,000 next year. And retirement and other benefits is approximately $328,000 of the total benefit cost increase. Yes?
Do you want us to wait?
Would it be okay? Yeah. Okay. All right. So the next category of costs, level of service, including salaries and benefits. In this section, I'll take an opportunity to talk about the increases in FTE related to the conversation that we're going to have later regarding these positions. I mentioned many of these last week, but I'll go through them in total. So the positions that we are currently requesting, and you'll see that in each of the department requests, a record specialist position within the police department for a total cost of $64,000, salaries and benefits. A police headquarter building custodian within Public Works, total cost $55,000. An asset manager within Public Works, $125,000. A project manager capital projects, again in Public Works, $125,000. An IT help desk manager, $75,000. Citizen response specialists, 3 part-time positions, 1.5 FTE, and I'll talk about, if it's not 1 FTE, I'll talk in terms of what the part-time equates to, so 1.5. So it's $66,000. Englewood Rec Center, $30,000 impact for a part-time employee, or 0.5 FTE. Webmaster, this is an increase of 0.5 FTE, $41,000. The next two do not have any impact to FTE. It is solely a dollar add for an assistant city attorney position reclassification for $52,000. And the system that Director Gonzalez will talk about is she is asking for $70,000 to support a non-permanent part-time position. So it's a lump sum dollar amount, no FTE added, of $70,000. So when you are asking questions regarding the system, keep in mind that there is a request for part-time help during the implementation of the system. So what I just outlined is approximately 7.875 FTEs. And I should clarify, I'm sorry, the assistant attorney position reclass, that is an increase at FTE of 0.375. So 7.875 increase in FTE, okay, is what's shown here. Our FTE count for the general fund in 2019 is 291.4. And this is in the system, that is currently in the system. In 2020, it is 301.75. The difference is 10.35. I've just identified 7.875 on this slide. The difference are changes that are occurring within 2019, some of which were brought forth in, for example, a victim advocate in the Vail grant that was approved by council of 0.5. There's intern support within HR currently for 0.5 FTE. There's also a background investigator position for 0.5 FTE within the police and dispatch of 0.5 FTE. And there were other small changes of FTEs that if we noticed if a person was actually classified as a 0.75, but they were actually working at 0.8, so it wasn't a new position, we've made those changes. So the items that I've mentioned up here for 2020 adds, plus changes that have occurred within 2019 that are minimal, considering the positions that I've just added, the 0.5s within the departments, is what adds up to the difference of 10.35 in 2020 versus 2019. We can certainly have more dialogue, you know, with each of the department directors as we go through not only these, but also the changes that were made within 2019 to their respective FTEs. Okay? Okay, last week we talked about effective partnerships, and I should have mentioned earlier, the number changed for level of service just by 100,000 because as I got more granular and looked at the budgets, I was able to isolate where those changes. So I tried to get more granular, but that number offset the number that was in salaries and wages. So salaries and wages went down by 100,000 and that went up, but in total we kept at the 4.5 million. I was just able to identify more of the increase.
Can you wait till we're done? We agreed, we did.
I disagree, Mayor Pro Tem. If one person has
So
to
just,
wait, we're waiting on all
just
council
mark
members.
it, earmark it, and then bring it up. Thank you.
Okay, appreciate that. Okay. Effective partnerships, 460,000. Emergency management, 113,000. Crisis intervention, 104. Our fire contract annual increase, 177, and the Englewood Trolley increased hours with RTD, 65,000. I think I mentioned all of those last week, but you have it in writing. Well-planned community and regulatory, 375,000. The city center redevelopment, 125,000. Title 16, 50,000. Workers' compensation and property and liability insurance increases of 125,000. Court mandates, an increase of 25,000. And legal service related to the EPBA contract, 50,000. I mentioned vibrant communities, 35,000, putting costs into the operating budget, the Broadway flower pots and medium, approximately 35,000. Communications, increasing approximately 110,000. A piece of that is for citizen engagement, bond issue polling and education. I should mention that a portion of this is actually in communications, 45,000, and 45,000 is actually in finance. The reason that we felt that was a good split is because a lot of the outreach is related to the financials around the numbers, so we felt that both departments should split the cost. I just wanted to show it in total here so that we were clear, because it is all wrapped around citizen engagement. It's not necessarily just within the communications department. Technology, video production, and marketing, an increase of 20,000. And then for information technology, we've talked about the HR system, And it's actually $232,000, and I'll let Maria Gonzalez talk about that a little bit later. And then Comcast and phone. This actually is some efficiencies with the Comcast that I mentioned Comcast contract that I mentioned last week in our phone contracts. And I know that Director Brocklander wants to talk about that. The net increase in cost was $60K, but it would have been higher, and I believe she can clarify that when she actually speaks to her departmental budgets. Okay. So the total of what I just went through does total the $4.5 million, so that gives you the categories of costs, and a majority of these items actually are listed in the more detailed sheets that we'll go through as I talk about the departmental budgets. We wanted to just make sure, again, that we talk about this slide when we're talking about costs, because we are asking for an increase of $4.5 million. And again, when you look back at our 10-year compounded annual growth rate, with our revenue going up 2.7%, our compounded annual growth rate at expenditures has been held to 1.3%. So as we talk about these increases, keep in mind that we have been able to manage within a good below the actual consumer price index for areas surrounding areas that has averaged approximately 2.2%. And again, just so that we're clear about the assumptions that were included in the current proposed budget, the Englewood Employee Association salary and wage increase 2020 through 2022, 3.5%. And our Englewood Police Benefits Association negotiated salary wage increase this year, 3.5%. And then the increase for all non-union employees is estimated to be in the budget at 3%. Versus the Colorado Economic Indicators wage and salary income percent change in both public and private sectors that you can see is higher than what we have in this proposed budget. So we believe that what we have included as the assumption in the budget is a reasonable amount in our desire to attract and retain employees at the City of Englewood. Okay, so obviously this is a repeat slide. It's setting up, I'm going to now transition into the details of each of the budgets, and then we will open it up for questions after I run through these. I'm going to be fairly quick as I go through them because, again, we've talked about the program level service of change. I'll just give you an example for the city managers. I'll talk about the priorities, but I'll talk about the programs and initiatives that we've already discussed. But then we'll also go a little bit deeper and talk about the expenditure categories with the increases 2019 versus 2020, or I should say the other way around, 2020 versus 2019, and the totals that I'll be showing you for all of the departments, total up to what was in the information that was shared with council and the public in the detailed line item budgets on OpenGov, exclusive of the legislative budget. So I think it was like $370,000. But if you total up all of these that are in the deck, it is just shy of the total expenditures that are mentioned on this previous slide of $54.2 million. So I wanted to make sure that you knew that this encompasses everything except the legislative budget, which is relatively small. Okay, so with that, I will start. The priorities within the city manager's office are to upgrade the city's document management and records retention within the city clerk's division, the emergency management contract, and as we discussed last week, the costs that we are currently reflecting in the proposed budget that you can discuss are the transfer of the fire marshal's office from the police administration. So that is the significant piece of this change. So the emergency management contract, we spoke to that increase of $113,000. Transferring the fire marshal's office from police administration is approximately $601,000 of the increase that you see below of $1,045,000. And then the Denver fire contract, 3% annual increase of $177,000. makes up another significant portion. So the purpose of the top section, and I'll just say this for this particular section because it's the first one I'm reviewing, is not to explain every dollar of the increase. It is to isolate the large items, because obviously there are a lot of smaller items that make up the budget as well, that certainly we can discuss with the department directors when they come forward for their individual budgets. Communications. So their request for 2020 includes the part-time webmaster that I mentioned before, and also a portion of the community relations position from the police administration. I mentioned the technology and video production and marketing, and the community engagement. So this is the piece of the outreach that I had mentioned. So those are the primary drivers of the increase in the communications department proposed budget, with a total increase in all major categories of approximately $282,000. The city attorney's office. Reclassify the assistant city attorney from part-time to full-time. We talked about that, and I showed the net of removing the intern position of 37 on that top page that I had shown you as the impact. And you can see the total budget is going up approximately $63,000. Municipal court. The key priorities are to implement the case management system, enhance online options for court customers, implement legislative mandates, which I had mentioned that came with a cost, with minimal impact to the community and court operations, addressing mental health and addiction issues through appropriate services and community partnerships, and to foster communication with the public and other departments. So the cost increase is approximately $126,000. A majority is in your salaries and wages. This is partially the increase in our salaries and benefits that we've been talking about earlier, and also any changes that were made within market price of employees. And I'm certain that Director Wolf can talk to that if you'd like. I want to make sure I have more notes, and so I might refer to my notes a little bit more as we're going through this, if you don't mind. Okay, just to make sure I'm not missing anything. There is a capital project request. So you did receive a capital list that was attached to the agenda from last week's meeting. So you had an opportunity to look at it last week through the week, and then in this presentation as well. So even though we don't have a separate sheet, that certainly is something that we can dialogue about tonight as well. And the municipal court is asking for $50,000 within the capital projects fund to replace the video conferencing system per Arapahoe County's request. Human resources. Their top priority request for 2020 is to implement a new human resources information and payroll system. And in order to implement the system, Human Resources is asking for, again, a part-time resource as needed for the implementation. This would not be a permanent request. This would just be a lump sum request of approximately $70,000. So you can see these increases noted in the personnel and also in the contractual services section of the Human Resources Department budget. For finance. So our priorities don't change significantly from year to year. Our largest responsibility is to make sure that we support all of the departments with fiscal responsibility and secure funding through these budget requests. And for next year, the finance department is actually increasing $17,000. And I'd mentioned the efficiency that we gathered by not replacing the deputy position. But again, my FTE within finance, I'm asking to remain flat because I want to be able to make sure that we can address quickly all of the licensing requests that we are receiving. They've increased quite significantly over the past couple of years. So my hope would be actually to hire that individual this year in 2019. I'm going to look at my notes really quickly. So within my contractual services, I'll just mention what they are now since I'm sitting up here. This includes the financial advisor contract that you had approved for Stiefel of $50,000. And we also have still in our contractual services, monies put aside for Resource X. We're under contract. So we can talk a little bit about that during my section if you'd like. And we also have costs for actuarial studies and things of that nature also in my contractual services expense line item. Information technology, the department supports technology infrastructure improvements, automates and implements business systems supporting online services, and also public safety system enhancements, and we'll have a conversation regarding those requests. For staffing, IT is proposing a 1 FTE increase of a help desk manager at the total cost of $75,000. And you can see the costs for the other software maintenance is actually being reduced. The Comcast internet service increase of 60, and the merge for central services with IT at the end of 2019, attributing to those items are contributing to the increase, primarily to the increase of $262,000 from 2019 to 2020. And we referred to this page earlier, the capital requests of 1.25. This gives you an idea of the projects. Community development. So the priorities within community development in 2020 are the redevelopment of the city center, the creation and implementation of the home repair program. This is a different source of funds. I just wanted to point that out, although it's shown as an item within community development is not part of the general fund, but we wanted to include it so that there could be some discussion tonight if need be. Economic development marketing, implementing online permitting and fee payment for building and planning, and this is a partnership with IT, and then Title 16. So these requests have dollars assigned to them, and you can see the amounts, and we've talked about each one of these in the higher level discussion that we had at the beginning over the increases in costs. So community development is looking for an increase of approximately $353,000. There are no capital requests proposed for community development. Parks, Recreation, and Library. Just want to get my notes. So the priorities are expanding availability of field space for youth sports, improving engagement with youth ages 8 to 14, continued planning, design for capital improvements at parks, Pirates Cove, and recreation centers, and focusing on marketing strategies to increase participation and engaging the community. Okay, so we've talked about the part-time facility supervisor at Englewood Rec Center and the 3 part-time citizen response specialists and their associated costs. I mentioned tonight about the mandated minimum wage increase. This is approximately a 9% wage increase that is required by state law and also needed to stay competitive with surrounding agencies. And you can see for the different divisions within Parks and Rec what the impact of that mandated minimum wage increase was or will be. And as far as the program and change enhancements, we've talked about the holiday lighting and the flower pots. Of note, the Conservation Trust Fund, which are the lottery dollars, and the Arapahoe County Open Space Shareback before grants, contribute almost $1 million each year to Parks and Recreation. But because these funds are restricted to certain and specific types of expenditures, we cannot, in general, use them to pay for ongoing operations. So that was a point that we wanted to make. And if there's questions, I know that Director Hargrove can respond to that. And this is a look at how those programs and projects add up for their total budget, an increase of approximately $543,000 in Parks, Recreation, and Library. And the capital requests are listed here, total of $2.143 million. Police. So the priorities are to complete the implementation of the Shared Records Management System, homelessness and the Crisis Intervention Team Co-Responder Program, a peer support program, and enhanced crime analysis, hotspot, zone policing, and smart forests. So the change in the police budget, you have to take into account the transfer of the fire marshal into the city managers, but net, the increase is $346,000. And you can see the record specialist position and the crisis intervention team co-responder services are showing the increase in personnel. Public Works. The 2020 priorities are short-term alley maintenance, fine grading and dust suppressant and surface stabilization, establishing the levels of service within each division, creating asset management plans.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening. I'm just gonna, go ahead. I'm gonna put you all on mute because it's pretty noisy on the mic. So if you just hand it in, then be fine. Okay, thank you, and we're still listening to the presentation. Okay, great. Thanks.
Good evening, Mayor. This is Maria. All right, so I'll start over with Public Works. So short-term alley maintenance, fine grading, and dust suppressant surface stabilization, establishing the levels of service within each division, creating an asset management or asset management plans, street maintenance, corrective in Area 2 and preventative in Area 3, sidewalk maintenance in Area 2, and a capital equipment replacement fund, or SERF as we call it, evaluation. And we've talked about the staffing changes. The personnel is required within the custodial area within the police building, and enhancing the project management capabilities and delivering successful capital projects outside of utilities, and being more proactive in the management of city infrastructure support the next two positions. And I'm certain that you will have some questions for Maria about those, or Director DeAndre about those specific positions. And also the costs increase within Public Works are primarily related to the alley maintenance materials to improve the surface for dust control and road stabilization as one of the key priorities. And this is an overall of how personnel changes and the contractual services and other costs roll up to a net increase of approximately $772,000 in the Public Works budget. There are several pages of Public Works capital project requests, and they do not only relate to the Capital Projects Fund and the Public Improvement Fund, or the CPF or the PIF. They are also related to concrete utility, and we felt that it was important to show the total list. So a majority of these projects are included within the $7.2 million capital request for the general fund, but this will also give you an opportunity to talk to Director DeAndre about all of the capital requests that she's making within all of the funds within Public Works, if that makes sense. It's a little convoluted, and I'll let her take it a little bit further, but I wanted to make sure that we included the projects that you might be able to address with her specific to these specific funds. And I believe this is my last slide of the detailed budget, the contingency and debt service requests. So the debt service are our debt service payments for the certificate of participation and capital lease debt service funds of approximately $1.6 million. And within the contingency, that's kind of a tricky word because truly, we do experience times when employees leave, retire, and they are owed leave payout. And generally speaking, that has cost the city approximately $200,000 a year. So what is budgeted next year for possibilities, because we don't know at this point, is $236,000. And then in addition to that, if there were any unforeseen circumstances where we needed funding, we did include $110,500 in for contingency. There's no real magic to that number. Relative to the size and scale of our budget, we think that's a very conservative estimate of potential asks that we might be considering tonight in a more detailed way. So we wanted to make sure that we pointed that out. Okay, I'm going to take a deep breath. That's a lot to go through all at once. Hopefully you found that useful. Before we open it up for questions, I did want to give a detailed look at where this stands. These are the numbers on a spreadsheet for those that are more comfortable looking at spreadsheets versus just my words on a page. This estimate of our fund balance at the end of 2020, I said would be, or we're estimating it to be $7 million. So this shows all of where we're at right now, what we expect to happen this year. And I've talked about the fact during our financials presentation that we feel the revenues for 2019 are going to be higher than we originally thought. So this spreadsheet takes all of that into an account right now with our current estimate for 2019, sources and uses of funds, and then going forward into 2020, what we've just put forth for you as far as our sources and our uses and where our fund balance will be. So with that, our current 2020 proposed budget, I mentioned the two numbers before, 52.6 and use of 54.2. So revenues 52.6, use 54.2. So we are using an additional $1.6 million in funds if the budget would be put forth as it's currently sitting. However, we have talked about the fact that we believe we will negotiate a lower benefit rate. So I have made a very conservative estimate of what that could be based on some numbers that I'm starting to hear about, and we believe that that impact will be reduced by approximately $600,000, maybe a bit more. So that would leave us in a position of a net use of $1 million that the staff is coming forth and had mentioned last week that we are coming forth and asking if we could use the fund balance in excess of the reserve policy of approximately $1 million. And again, that does maintain that $3 million in the fund balance in excess of the reserve policy after the $3 million loan consideration too, because we have $7 million in excess. So that's how that all flows together. And that, with that, we also talked about not only maybe that as a short-term solution, but we realized that a lot of the costs that we talked about tonight are ongoing because they are related to FTEs and programs that go forward. So we also put forth a long-term solution to consider a property tax increase, to consider other taxes such as occupational privilege tax, or to consider other fees as well. And that we spent some time talking about last week. So with that, I do believe that is the end of the presentation. Before we would ask if there were questions that you have specifically to the request that the department directors have made.
Thank you very much. And so how would you like us to move forward with this? Just going back one section at a time, or?
I guess I will leave that to the pleasure of the council, depending upon where the questions specifically are. And so we had talked about the fact that we had included a council discussion document at your chairs that I showed an example of, and it is in order of the presentation material, so we could ask one by one for them to come up, or if there aren't specific questions, we could move past that. I'll leave it up to you.
Okay, thank you. And council, I do have some specific questions, and I know that you all had pushed your button at different times, so I earmarked pages, and so I don't know if we should just go back. I'll just open it for questions right now, and so hopefully we can stick to the same topic and questions in the same area. So with that, I will open it up. Councilmember Martinez.
My questions are kind of all over the place, and I'll just do, I assume we're just going to do kind of one at a time. Let's see. First, I loved this presentation, and I really appreciate including the slide about the efficiencies. I think that's really helpful for us to understand the efficiencies that have been created and that are built in, so I think that's great. And I love this discussion document, so I'm excited to work through that. My questions mostly relate to the new positions. My first question is for IT, and is what would the additional IT help desk manager position do? I don't have a full grasp of what that position does or will do.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Because of the question?
Okay.
So it seems like we have a question for IT, so would this be the appropriate time to ask the council to ask all of the questions relative to IT to Director
think-
Brocklander?
I think that would be a great idea. And so do you have,
Right. Can we do that one first?
the general question? Okay, turn on your microphone.
Could you just go ahead and give us an overview on, we have an increase over what you're anticipating the increase in revenue to be total? From 19 to 20?
Yes. So,
No, the total increase in revenue over 19 to 20?
okay, if you'll
Okay.
bear with me.
Sorry.
Okay. So we presented more detail last week, but our estimated sources for 2019 is included on slide 55. It's the estimated sources of $50,963,000. Okay, I'm blind. 803. So the difference between the proposed sources, which is column G, 52.6 versus 50,963,000.
So you're anticipating an increase in revenue of $2.5 million?
Yes,
Okay.
approximately 3%.
Then your original efficiencies that you had totaled looked like about $562,000. So you started this presentation with saying that we had garnered efficiencies of a little over $500,000. Is that correct?
I haven't added up those specific numbers. I mean, if you did, I'll assume that.
Ballpark in
So-
it around
So
5 and...
those are items that we identified. I'm going to tell you, we did not go line by line and try and identify. Those were big hits that we decided to share with you. It's not that we've discovered any more. It's just items that we could think of where we did find efficiencies. Yes.
Okay,
Yeah, exactly.
and I appreciate that you put them in there. So then we lowered the amount that we were, expenditures from 19 to 20, and you were able to identify $500,000. So then when you go to the slide where you've got the $4.5 million increase in expenditures, then my concern is that that's actually a $5 million increase, because if you've already identified $500,000 of efficiencies, then I need to know, then that slide should actually add up to $5 million, not 4.5, because then if you've already identified efficiencies, then we are actually increasing it by $5 million. So where did the other $500,000 go?
I can absolutely see your point. Again, these were estimates, and like I had mentioned last week, for the market adjustment number that I had shown was a $400 million impact, that I would have to go position by position, which we could do to see what those were. It's a very detailed process, but I do understand where you're coming from.
So all in all, this is the presentation that it is, and so when the public is hearing this and they hear that we saved $500,000 somewhere, and then we're spending the 4.5, but that doesn't add up to, because we've sucked up somehow the efficiencies then, if we're increasing that. So we do need to have that identified, and I think we're talking pretty general, broad basis. So that's all I have for right now. Thanks.
Thank you. City Manager Lewis.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I could just ask the Finance Director for clarification. The efficiencies that she's identifying were really efficiencies identified in 2019, right? So even though, in other words, if they hadn't been identified, they would have affected the 2020 budget, but they're not necessarily intended to be subtracted from the 2020 budget because they were realized in 2019. Is that the question you're asking?
It's not the way it's being presented here, that they were efficiencies that were found in the upcoming budget. So if in the future you could clarify that one way or another, otherwise we got to find out where the other $500,000 is in the 4.5 that you do, because I'm not reading it. I mean, I'm not reading it that way. That's why I asked for the clarification.
Okay. Did that clarify that, or?
I understand the question.
Okay. Okay, and do we want to go back to Councilmember Martinez, or does anybody have any more general questions up front? Councilmember Martinez.
Another IT, a related question that we were going to reserve until this point, so I know we have at least one more IT related.
Okay, let's go ahead with that. And can you give me an idea what slide you're on?
I'm on slide 33.
Okay, thank you.
And the question was, what does the help desk manager position do?
Great question. Initially, we were asking for a part-time audiovisual to support council meetings. However, after I met with staff and the workload that they currently have supporting over 300 full-time employees, and there's only 3 of them, they convinced me that they do need help supporting, and they would like a help desk manager to not only help them support, but also to mentor them. And that position would be more efficient than hiring the AV tech for council meetings. That's the purpose of the position.
Got it. So the AV would be more specialized, whereas help desk is more kind of spread throughout the whole organization for support.
It would have a larger impact on the overall organization.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Sure.
Councilmember Wink.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So Director Brocklander, the AV Tech would be full-time, although solely focused on council-type meetings?
We took the AV tech off of the new positions list,
Oh, that's right, excuse me.
and we added the help desk manager position, which
And-
would be full-time.
Forgive me. For how long have you had only 3 staff in the IT group? That surprised me when you
Help
just
desk
said
and
that.
desktop, we've always had 3 staff members.
Ah, solely focused there.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Sierra. Yeah, I didn't see it until you raised your hand.
So my question was part of the email that I sent earlier, just getting an understanding of just the capital requests that came up for IT and just understanding. I believe there's also the HR payroll system, which may fall under HR. But just wanting to understand what are the priorities for these, or just a little bit more information on this.
Sure. So I can begin with the workstation refresh program. So this is an annual program. We're trying to get to a 4-year refresh for all of the computers throughout the city. This is an ongoing project, so this will happen every year, and this is replacing a portion of the computer inventory so that we want to minimize the disruption to city services, and we also want to control the costs. We're trying to achieve a 4-year rotation. I don't know if you remember when I first got here, most of the computers are 5 to 7 years old. They're still out there, so we're trying to play catch up on that rotation. So this is a portion of them.
Thank you. Councilmember Wink, do you have a question? Okay, great, thank you.
Do you want me to?
Yeah, actually, so she was going to go through each of the items on here.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
7, yes.
Okay, great.
So the next one is the IT infrastructure. This is also an ongoing project, and this is replacing the network equipment that is end of life. Support ends in 2019, so in 2020 we're going to need to start replacing it. This is proactively managing the life cycle of the infrastructure equipment that we currently have. Sure.
Thank you, Councilmember Sierra, for bringing that up. Are you talking about
the capital expenses that are a total of 3,800 and, this one?
Next page. She's going through
For these ones, not the capital expenses that they had here. She's going through these. Okay, I see what you were asking. Thank you.
The next project is the security cameras that we have throughout the city. This is to replace just a couple of them each year. And we need to replace them. The quality of the video is not very good. So we're trying to do just a little bit to have a small impact on the finances. Each year we'll try to replace some of them. The fiber network, this is a multi-year project. In 2019, we wanted to bring fiber from the PD building to Civic Center. In 2020 was Rec Center, and then build redundancy to the PD building. In 2021 was Pirates Cove, Allen Plant, and Golf Maintenance. 2022 was wastewater, putting in redundancy. 2023 is Malley, Rec Center, and Golf. And then 2024 is the Pirates Cove Malley redundancy. We believe that the ROI on this is about 3 years from the police building to the Civic Center fiber. Currently, we are utilizing CenturyLink and Comcast services. The rugged computers, the driver for this is to provide patrol and code enforcement mobile computers for portability and efficiency. Currently, they share computers in patrol cars. They share computers at the PD building. We would like to issue them each a computer, and then they can take their computer with them and just dock them wherever they need to be, whether it's in the patrol car or it's in the building. It also provides them the ability to be mobile out in the field. They can remove it from the patrol car. They can take it with them to the scene of an accident. They could take it in the hospital or wherever it is that they need to go. They will have the information with them at all times. And, oh, pardon?
You gave numerous years on the other ones. Is that just for 1 year?
So the rugged computers would be to roll them out for patrol and code enforcement, and that replacement on that would be every 5 years. And then the last one is the audiovisual and council chambers. This is to upgrade the existing audiovisual and sound in council chambers. We estimate the current equipment to be approximately 20 years old. This is a proactive project to start budgeting and planning for replacing the equipment. If the equipment goes down, my fear is that it'll take several weeks to get equipment in. So we're trying to be proactive and replace the equipment as soon as possible.
So my follow-up question to that was, I believe it was part of the email, was whether or not we're still experiencing issues within this room as part of the study sessions.
I have not heard of any issues since we got the encoders resolved.
Okay.
And we put the new mics in. And we still have upgrades planned for this room in the 4th quarter of this year.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Councilmember Wink, did you change your mind? Okay. I did have one question, and you may have answered this. Was in the fiber network, this $250,000, that is just for a part of it. Are we looking at this much money every year to add on all of those other?
The proposed was varying. 2020 was 250, 2021 was 500, 2022 is 600, 2023 is 250, and 2024 is 200 in order to complete the entire network.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Martinez.
Thank you. Well, first I was going to ask how long, if we had an option of, which I guess we do, deferring the audio-visual equipment in the council chambers, how long could we possibly eke out any more life of that? But you mentioned it's 20 years old. I'm amazed that it's still working. But I guess if we had to defer it, what do you think the maximum length would be? I understand you're
It's functioning
nervous.
100%. We're looking at replacing it just based on its age. The problem with it is if it breaks, it's not a fast turnaround. We have to order it and work with audiovisual companies, so it could be weeks before we get things fixed.
Right, and I understand the level of nervousness there as
Yes.
it relates to that. And that's something that's probably, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it has to be kind of updated all at once, the audio and the visual all together at the same time. And then how long do we, I mean, we're totally guessing, I guess, at this point, but how long would something like that take? Say we approve that, I mean, is that something that could happen between our council meetings in the short as a time span of a week?
Oh, definitely,
Okay.
yes. We do all of the pre-planning in advance, and we have the implementation schedule all ready to go, and we've done it in between council meetings. So in that 2-week period, we're able to pull it out, install it, and get it up and running.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Councilmember Barentine.
You only have, what, $3,000 in your capital expenses and the budget part of it for your 3.6 million proposed budget, which is a $261,000 increase. So this $1.2 million that you're asking for in capital requests says it's for 2020, but it sounds like it's, when you were going through the explanation, that it's for more than just 2020. I want to know, petty as it may sound, is any of the 3,000 already included in the 1.2 million? Or is that 1.2 million all on top of it? And how much of it would actually be spent or required for 2020, given your explanation?
If I can answer that question. So what we're looking at, I think this is the slide you are referring to. If you look up at the slide 34, where it's showing 3,000. This is not a capital project expense. This is partially capital equipment replacement fund. It could be furnitures and fixtures and things like this. The list that we were just reviewing are the capital project requests.
Okay, so none of the 3,000 includes any of the 1.2 million, that's good. Now, how much of the 1.2 million would be spent in 2020, given that you gave multiple years when you were explaining it?
This is the 2020.
The 2020
Okay,
is the 1.2.
so it would be the $1.2 million, but when you were explaining it, I thought you said that some of it would be in different years.
On the fiber project, yes, but only the costs for 2020 are included in the 2020 budget.
Okay.
The 250.
That answers that piece of it. All right, so the whole 1.2 million would be for 2020 basically, except for that one?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
If I may clarify?
Yes.
This is the capital project request. There isn't another one. It's this one, 1.250. The 3,000 is an operating expense related to furniture and fixtures, or in some of the cases of the other budget, it's the capital replacement, equipment replacement
She
fund.
clarified that.
Okay, I just wanted,
That got clarified.
okay.
The $3.6 million budget, and then there's nothing in that $3.6 million budget, which is an increase of $261,000 from one year to the next, includes nothing from the 1.2 million that we would be doing for capital improvements for information technology. I
great.
think I got it.
Thank you.
And there's only one item that would be a year that would transfer over, so we're only talking about one item that might be different. All of that money would be anticipated to be spent into 2020.
Yes,
that
that's
clear enough?
correct. But it's the full 250 for 2020, so I just wanted to be clear. Thank you.
And just one other question. So the budget, the 3.629 million does include staffing, the help desk managers?
Yes.
And all of that. Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions for Director Brocklender? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, do we want to move on to more questions? Councilmember Martinez.
Thank you. I have a couple of other questions. My next one is about the Public Works Project Management position. I just wonder if this is a position that over time, the other departments could benefit from in terms of,
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Martinez. The intent is, and I believe it showed up on the community development slide, is that Public Works would manage all capital projects. So to build up that expertise of how to manage a project and have that sourced from one, whether it be a parks project or a capital project, that we would have that expertise within the Public Works Department and be able to execute those so that we deliver on time, on budget, and with a high level of quality is the intent.
great, I think it's a really important position, so just want to make sure I understood.
Councilmember Sierra.
I'm not sure if I have a question for the Public Works Director, actually. So actually, well, I have kind of a general question. I was actually hoping that we could speak to all the directors in a sense to kind of go over, I know it's going to go, we would spend a lot of time if we did it went down that route, but I'm just trying to understand the FTEs and whether or not, and Director DeAndre, you can kind of speak to some of the ones on that fall under Public Works. But I'm trying to understand if these positions that we're asking for, are some of these duties being done by current staff today? And if not, which ones are they that are basically net new in a sense? Because I'm trying to understand that there is concern on my part that we are increasing the budget overall, that a lot of these costs are more operational, that we're, obviously there are some capital projects that we're working on, but the fact that there is a deficit that we're going to have to pull from savings, there's a little bit of concern. So I just need to understand whether or not that we can move forward in 2020 with some of the same people doing these jobs next year, and just try to identify which ones are the net new. I'm looking at the asset manager. It sounds like that's a net new position based off of, it's a net new position, but it also sounds like maybe somebody else is doing that type of work today. Okay. But I'm trying to understand that aspect, if you can just kind of go through some of your positions.
Certainly. I would say for the custodial position, I think we've talked a little bit about that the square footage of the police building has increased substantially. So yes, they are doing it right now. I think the intent for this position is that we want to maintain that large investment that the city made of over $28 million, so that we keep that in good condition. So yes, we're doing it, probably not as well as we should. And so one of my goals for 2020 is to also establish levels of service, bless you. And so not only how do we do it, but how well do we do it? For the asset management's position, we are not doing that right now, so that is net new. Because as we know, the infrastructure has been severely neglected. And I use that term carefully because I think neglect is the correct word. And so we need to invest from a project management standpoint if we're going to invest in maintaining and taking care of our system, and then building new projects as well. So the project manager, I would say, we're not doing that right now. We have a long list of projects that aren't getting completed on time, and so we need to staff up, have the expertise in hand to move those forward. I can't speak to the other departments. That's just for Public Works.
And I have a question also along that lines. We just hired someone new, a civil engineer, and what is his position? You introduced him to us a few weeks ago.
Yes, Tim House came to us from the city of Arvada, and he is in charge of capital projects and engineering overall. So delivery of capital projects, as well as our permitting and inspection of any issues in the right-of-way, as well as our development review and inspections. So kind of umbrella of all that.
Okay, thank you. And then, I mean, some of these positions that are being asked for, did we just not have those positions at all? I mean, before you came on board, because there's been a huge turnover in that department.
There has. We never had the position of project manager, so we did have a engineer 3, I believe was her title, that was serving. We did some parks projects, but we did very little capital projects overall. We do the, we didn't do the street maintenance. That was kind of out of the streets division as opposed to within engineering. And so it does reflect now, I think, that more of that emphasis on doing projects in-house and not having that piecemeal together.
Okay, thank you. And do we have lower level employees that actually do some of the work that the project manager would be designing?
Typically, we're gonna still send out the design. So the project manager's responsibility is for making all of that happen. So pulling it all together. For smaller projects like our mill and overlay or the sidewalk project that's taking place right now, we do have inspectors that are overseeing that on a day-to-day basis, as well as a project manager that's been identified in-house.
Okay, thank you. And so when we start cleaning out the drains, do we have employees to do that?
We do not at this time. So we've assessed that, we'll talk about that. It's a teaser
Okay.
for the upcoming, but we do feel that we need to add staff to be able to clean and maintain the storm drainage system. We do not have enough staff currently to maintain the system.
Okay, thank you. City Manager Lewis.
Mayor Pro Tem, just to add a little bit more to what Maria was saying, anytime that we're going to be adding capital projects to the list, we're going to continue to need to staff up. Councilmember Sierra asked, with past capital projects that I've been involved with, I'll mention in my last city, we added 5 engineers in 3 years because we just simply had to have that much project management in order to stay on top of that. So as we continue to get into more capital projects, we are going to need to continue staffing that resource. The other thing that I've asked is that we look at, could we potentially use contract custodial, at least in the police building? So that's something we're going to do a cost comparison on.
Okay, thank you. And then I do have one question. As far as that goes, is it built into the budget that we will have the resources to hire more people as we need them?
Mayor Pro Tem, I think the budget that's being proposed will accommodate the capital that's proposed and expected for 2020. I would like to just simply give council a heads up that as we continue to, hopefully find funding for additional capital projects, that you'll continue to see the growth in the need for that level of project management and engineering services.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Martinez.
Just one note on that. I really understand the value of a project manager position. I'm a project manager in my day job, so I understand the value. And I think it's going to become more and more important to have that in-house, the more projects that we have, because as opposed to sending it out or contracting that out, because then they'll have a better understanding of how it may impact other things that are coming down the line that, a contractor wouldn't have any insight into. So I think it's really smart and important for us to have that in-house. I also want to say that I think the asset management position is imperative. We have been far behind on that as it comes to taking care of our infrastructure and seeing what we have and how often we should replace it. So I think that is of all of the new positions, I think that's the most important one to add. They're all important, but I think that's a really, really imperative one as well. So I'm looking forward to supporting that.
Councilmember Berentine. Okay, Councilmember Wink.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Does fleet management fall within that asset management role?
No, the asset management would be more focused on, let's say, looking at a broad program of infrastructure, so streets maintenance, and making sure that we have a program in place to manage that effectively and proactively. So we are in the process of evaluating asset management software. So this would be traffic signals and as a group. So which ones do we do first? How do we prioritize those and do that in a proactive manner? Traffic signs, pavement, water, sewer, you name it. So all of those individual assets, we want to have a proactive plan for how we address and maintain and replace those. That's
Thank
more
you,
what it's
Director
focused.
DeAndre. Yeah, perhaps I should have asked, under which umbrella does fleet management fall?
Yeah, so that's still within Public
Public
Works.
Works,
It's
yes.
within our Operations and Maintenance Division.
Okay,
Yeah.
good, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez, do you have another question? Okay, thank you. So we're ready to go on to a different topic? Thank you very much, Director Deandra. Councilmember Barentine.
Wanted to bring up the question that I had brought up during the council meeting last time, which was the information that we were provided on the 2020 proposed budget priorities discussion, and the note that was there that throughout department budgeting, there had been certain divisions that had been realigned to properly classify the costs. And as a result, it may be difficult to fully understand the year-over-year expenditure increases by looking at a particular line item. I wanted to make sure that we identified all of those, and I had brought that up to the city manager, so I want to make sure that we identify all of those reclassifications. As an example to that, moving and reclassifying, it says, for example, a separate division within the city manager's office has been established for the fire marshal costs. Costs were transferred out of the police department and moved to the new fire marshal's division. And what I brought up was that we have a violation of the charter, we have a violation of the budget, and we have a violation of the contract. So that those were already moved, shouldn't have happened. We received an answer that the city manager, I believe, has some authorization to move employees, and he most certainly does, and that's Section E. I was referring to 52, Section G, which is that you can't move the division without a division is a part of a department, so you can't move that without prior approval of city council. There were two things. One, what happened with this fire marshal, and that we can't, by the contract with Denver, the ordinance that we passed, move them out of the police department. That's where they're to be housed. Even if we, as a council, go ahead and move them, we can't move the money without approval of the council, because we would be moving it out of that department. But also in investigating this, also realized, going through the code that we adopted by ordinance, that all of the code information fits under the fire marshal, and the fire marshal is the building division. And then I went back and looked, and the building department actually was under the auspice of the police department, under the authority of the fire marshal, and that would fit more with the way that that was passed and what was done in 2015. So now I also, in addition to being concerned that we cannot move the fire marshal for those three reasons, the budget, the charter, and the contract, but why that it's a conflict of interest that for some reason, and I couldn't go back and find out how the building division got moved out of the safety services and got moved into community development either. So with those three, that would be my questions. But I had asked you, so I don't know if you have some enlightenment on that at this point on what we're going to do.
Mayor Pro Tem, I would just ask the council if they want to discuss this now as part of the budget discussion, or continue the research that Councilmember Barentine has asked us to do on this topic.
My only
Councilmember.
concern is that we've already gotten documentation that money's already been moved and this has already happened, and the issue is, of course, so however this council would like to do that, I could inundate the council with all of the copies of the charter and information and sections of the IGA and the code that we adopted. So if it's going to be a larger conversation, then we can do that, but it is going to end up being part of the budget because it's in the city manager's.
All right. And so my question is, until we actually approve the budget, at this point, we could, I think probably we should go ahead and wait. Councilmember Sierra?
Then I would, respectfully, I would just add the building division to that. In my research for doing this, I believe that the same inappropriate moving of a division out of safety services into a place that might end up being a conflict of interest was done autonomously by the city manager, and I don't think
that City Manager Keck had the authority to do that. And I do believe that there's some conflict of interest there. That is not an issue that I was aware of at the time when I spoke with you, so that would be new. But those three things that I brought up, and I think I've clarified it with you pretty well. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Sierra.
I'd like to ask if Director Gonzalez could come and speak to the HR payroll system.
Good evening.
Good
It's
evening.
good to have you back.
Thank you. So what specifically you want to know about the system?
So my question is, and thank you, Director Gonzalez, for coming tonight. I wanted to just get an understanding of whether or not we are ready to implement the HR system. And the reason why I'm asking this is that last week we did approve, we received some cost savings to the Taylor modules that are no longer, or I guess my first question is whether or not they were being used by HR. They weren't being used. So that tells me that we have an HR payroll system in place today, that there's a way that we're able to operate using the current system. It is a large line item. It's 200,000 plus it's an additional 85. I can't remember what the 70,000, wasn't it? For an additional project manager or basically an integrator, basically. So just trying to understand, are we ready to move forward with this, or are we able to delay this another year to requirement gather, whatever happens, whatever we need to do in order to?
So let's see if I can sum that up in like 5 minutes, because I have a presentation from council after I do a presentation with the city manager on the system. The system that we have now in HR to run payroll is an extension of New World, Tyler New World. And Tyler New World is a finance system that took a stab at doing payroll and HR. To do everything else, we have to use several different systems. So I'm gonna put you a very simple example. We have a system which is NeoGov that we use to recruit, okay? So we put the posting out there, people apply on the system, and then we hire them on the system. But we cannot move them into the payroll system, we have to type it in. So we have to print out the paper and go in and type that person in the system so they can work for the city. The time and attendance systems that we have, where we keep the records of who work at what hours, and we import that data, is a separate system, because again, Tyler New World doesn't have a time and attendance module. So we have to, then, once we have typed that new employee into the New World system, we have to go in the time and attendance system and type it again. Okay, so we have to type the same information over into the time and attendance system. The performance review system that we have is another module with NeoGov. So when we're gonna do performance review, we have to go back and retype the information into the performance module. The training system that we have to keep track of who is taking what training and what is needed is a separate system. So we have to go back and type every single employee back into the learning system, okay? So that was the biggest issue that we had when we looked for a system, okay? We went through the RFP and we identified a company that is a payroll company that has all the modules and then some things that we cannot do within the city, okay? That company needs, by contract, 16 weeks to be ready. And the implementation plan is set up to start with only time and attendance, what we call core, okay? So we're going to be working, and as I said, I'm going to come and talk more in detail to council about the system and what the system does. But what core means is it's only time and attendance. We have from now to December 23rd, which is the first day of the first pay period of 2020, to implement that system. Now, it's not a system that they have to write code on. I mean, as I said, this is a company that is one of the best payroll companies out there. That's what they do for a living, and they have hundreds and hundreds of clients. So it's like an off-the-shelf software, okay? What they do is they take their software, they have meetings with the city, and we have an implementation team that comprise people from every single department so they can tell them what we do. Because overtime is not the same, if we talk about the overtime in finance or public works, or we talk about the overtime in the police, okay? They have very different nuances. So they will come and talk to the experts in every department, and they will tailor the program that they already have and is being proven by hundreds of companies. They will tailor that system to our specific business module and to our specific needs with our policies, okay? And that may take them 8 weeks. They go back, they do all that by themselves, and then they come back and give us a product to test, okay? And we're gonna be testing for at least a month and a half. And what the implementation team is set up to do is to try to break it, okay? That's their mission. They don't have to do anything but try to break the system. They're gonna go in, we're gonna set up fake employees, and they're gonna go in and say, well, what about if I do this overtime after my shift has finished, okay? What the system will do, okay? So we will be doing that for a month and a half. After that, in the beginning of November, we're gonna run 2 complete dual payrolls, okay? So we're gonna run the system that we have now and the new system at the same time with the same data to make sure that it works. And only after we're sure that it works is when we go live. Okay? Once we have time and attendance and payroll in place, then we're gonna install all the other modules. Okay? So it's not one time we'll do the whole city, because the city cannot handle that. We're gonna do small increments of that system through 2020. The reason why we cannot wait is there is a lot of implications with taxes. If we're gonna do a payroll system, it is my professional recommendation not do it in the middle of the year. And I know some people in finance holds the same opinion that I have. Because conciliating the taxes is almost impossible. If you have 2 different systems, you have to do the W-2s in 2 different systems, and they have to be exact to the cent. I mean, the IRS will not be happy if they are not. So it will be triple the work to do a system in the middle of the year. So if we have to delay, we will have to delay it to 2021. The inefficiencies and the risk and the risk to compliance are huge for the city.
Thank you. City Manager Lewis.
Mayor Pro Tem, Director Gonzalez, and I apologize, since our meeting is tomorrow, yours and mine, on the system, that I'm not educated, but it sounds like what you're describing is an implementation this year. So do you have salary or budget savings of some sort to purchase this system this year to?
So the contract will start the day that we go live. And the day that we go live is the first day of the first pay period of 2020. Okay, that's what we put it in the budget for the next year. We will pay it next year. Now we have to start. I mean, there has to be a lot. It's going to be a lot of work before we can go live, because again, the system have to be try and retry and tailor and customize. And we have done our due diligence. I mean, this is the system, for example, that Latimer County uses. Latimer County uses. Sorry. So we have talked to those people. We're going to do a site visit with them so we can see how they work with that. But as I said, I mean, I have a longer presentation for the council so I can show you the system and what the system does.
Okay, thank you. So how long has Larimer County had the system in place?
I believe 1.5 years already.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Sierra.
And I think this is going to be more of a comment, and I look forward to seeing the presentation, but I am concerned with the fact that we're still gathering requirements from all the directors on how the system should function. And my concern is just the fact that if we start customizing the solution, it's going to become more expensive for us. And so it's just really that we should be changing to the system and not the other way around. And so that's just, you know, obviously this is something that we can talk about when you do present at council. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any more questions for Director Gonzalez? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, what other questions do we have? Councilmember Sierra.
I know we're going over our allotted time, but community development, and I guess specifically around the Title 16, and just getting a little bit more information on what are we looking at for 2020, and then I saw a second line item there for redoing the entitled Title 16 in 2021.
Good evening, Council. Just for a reminder, Title 16 is the Unified Development Code. And, boy, I think I'm catching what you have.
It's catching.
Pardon my voice. What we've talked about is a comprehensive rewriting of the Unified Development Code. And in talking with other communities, that has a couple of issues around it. One is they tend to be pretty lengthy. Our code in Title 16 is probably 250 pages long, so to do a word-by-word revision of that would be quite involved. It would be quite lengthy time, probably take a year in time. So what we would propose is a two-track process around that. In 2020, we would work with the community and get some outside facilitation to talk about the scope of what types of development options, areas in town, different development character that the community is interested in having happen in the future. We would take that information in 2021 and get a consultant who would help us through the actual rewriting and redrafting of that entire code section, or that entire code, based on that input. And as you accurately pointed out, in 2021, we would be looking at a pretty significant expense of upwards of $250,000 to hire that outside assistance to help us through that word by word, line by line revision of Title 16. Now, I will say that there is a potential alternative, and we're going to come to you in September and talk a little bit more about Title 16 and your specific direction. But we're actually working on several things now that we're going to be bringing you hopefully before the end of the year, including the amendment of the PUD ordinance, looking at some administrative adjustments, including posting requirements, that type of thing. Of course, short-term rental regulations is still on the agenda. We're even looking at design standards for side-facing houses, otherwise known as slot homes. So we're doing kind of a two-part prong approach of this. There's some things that we're doing in-house that we're going to be starting to take to the Planning Commission as soon as September and bring those to you for action either late this year or at the very beginning of 2020. And that includes a lot of the things that the community's been very much interested in, particularly the PUD ordinance. We're working pretty hard on that one as well. So it's really up to the council. I don't think you need to give us the specific policy direction this evening because we will be coming back to you to talk about this in more depth. But we do have some interim things that are happening on Title 16 that you'll see later this year and the very beginning of 2020, irrespective of this larger stem-to-stern rewrite of the entire code.
And along that lines also, I mean, I think we've talked about perhaps council talking about high density and what the community wants. I mean, that's part of this whole discussion, correct?
One of the areas in terms of the complete rewrite of the code would get at that issue in terms of our zone districts and what would and wouldn't be allowed within the zone districts. The interim steps that we're doing with the Planning and Zoning Commission that you'll see later this year don't necessarily relate to that specific topic.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Director Powers? If not, thank you very much. And I know that we're going longer than the break, but I think we need to get through this. So do you need a break now before we finish? Okay, so let's take about 5 minutes and come back here at 5 till 8. If we are all back in here, if you could be seated. Right. Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, let's get moving. We took a lot longer break than we were supposed to. Okay, we'll call this meeting back to order. And are there any final questions that you have or comments? Questions before we wrap up, and then Councilmember Martinez.
Thank you. My question's more internally for council. Are we gonna go through this sheet, what we wanna keep and defer? I think it's gonna be really helpful, so I wonder if we're gonna go through that, or if we should go through that individually, or?
I think it would be good for us to go through that in our discussion. So we can do that, and it may go fairly quickly. I do have one other question on these long-term solutions. And so my question is, if we do nothing on the long-term solution immediately, we will be okay in the coming year. Is that correct?
If you're, let me start over. I think I know what your question is, and currently the budget has a net use of funds of 1.6 million, which is a request to the council to consider for 2020 using a part of the fund balance that is currently unassigned and outside of the reserves. It's above the reserve policy, so that's a question for council. But again, we think that will be lower to the tune of approximately $1 million once we get the new rate for medical benefits. So there would still be a decision for council to make to either use part of those funds above the reserve that are available, or to advise the staff as to what priorities you would like us to consider looking at, and either changing the scope or actually reducing. Or you could just in general say that you like these, and can you go back and maybe find other things that you might be able to evaluate that you could replace it. So there's still a decision point, I guess, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, so, and I think some of that decision point we'll come up with when we go through this list and decide if we want to defer or keep the issues that are on here. The reason that I asked that question is, here is my concern. We already know that we're going to have some fee increases and some rate increases. So that's part of the reason I wanted to know if we are still okay until we know actually how much money that we're going to the taxpayers for. Anyway, that's why I just wanted to know if we need to. I know you would love to have that discussion tonight.
You know, unfortunately, I think we won't have all of those puzzle pieces put together by the time we have the public hearing on September 16th for the final draft of the proposed budget. So I think that we will have to have more discussion about how to address this, the uses being higher than revenue, before we have that full picture.
Okay, all right, thank you. Do you have something you would like to weigh in on, City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. The one thing I would say is that based on your questions, I think you've given us some food for thought in terms of what we can take back and take a harder look at. But I do think that the going through this, particularly just what you might put in the defer column, I think we could avoid, maybe going through it line by line to save time. But if you could tell us if there are specific things in the defer column or something that you just think is not a priority that fits in with the council vision and council priorities, that would be what would be most helpful for us. And if you'd rather take a revenue approach of let's increase revenue rather than cut, then give us some direction on that as well, or some combination of both.
Okay, thank you. And with that, I'll open it up to discussion. No one wants to kick us off? Councilmember Martinez.
Thank you. And just to clarify, all of the items in here in the proposed 2020 budget, they're all in the keep column, according to our proposed budget.
They're currently in the proposed budget.
Thank you. Councilmember Wink.
Thanks, Mayor Pro Tem. I think maybe perhaps if I do this in chunks or envision it in chunks, we can get a little progress made. So, for example, I am looking at the last page that's populated in the table. So it's police services and public works. And, yeah. So, I didn't add anything, transfer anything to the defer column for those pieces. Do you mind if we go page by page and see if anybody had any defers on that page and we can move? Or we could go in order. I mean, I'm really going backward. We could go from the beginning of the slide deck.
Okay, just a second.
Seems like there's...
City Attorney.
Thanks, Mayor Pro Tem. I just want to remind everybody that we're in a study session. What you're talking about now is just your general thoughts, but you're not
yes,
making any
decisions.
final decisions on anything.
Thank you, City Attorney.
Councilmember Sierra, did you change your mind?
The only one that's giving me pause right now at the moment is just the HR system. So obviously, since that's going to come in front of us again, with a little bit more detail, that's the one item I'm looking at. And then I do appreciate the City Manager Lewis speaking about the fact that he is going to get another set of eyes on this, because that's really my question. I do want to understand whether or not some of these can be done with the way that they're currently being done. Or if we do need to increase the FTE to fill some of these positions.
Okay, I appreciate that. Councilmember Wink.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I will also add that where I felt some temptation to add items to the defer column, I took quite a few notes as Director Sobota went through the slide deck and made lots of comparisons between the slides and these tables, and I really can't seem to make the math make sense, because the loss of the deferring what I wanted to defer, what I was thinking to defer, doesn't, in dollars or time or effort, it doesn't save us anything. If we're deferring, I couldn't find any savings by deferring. I mean, sorry, I think I'm saying that backwards. So I took an allergy pill, forgive me. There are a few items I wanted to put in the defer column, but, sorry. The cost to us was so minute that deferring them and making up that difference of what you've explained many, many times over just didn't make sense to defer them. I couldn't, in my head, rationalize that. So I did say the opposite. Does that make sense to everyone? Just made sense to go ahead and do it. Thanks.
Okay. Other thoughts? Councilmember Martinez.
I'll echo the sentiments of my fellow council members. I only had pause on the one item as well, which is the HR system. I think I hesitate to defer any of the items. I feel like that gets us in trouble if we keep kicking things down the road and dealing with it later and later. I think that gets us into some trouble. So I'm comfortable going forward with each of the items that are listed on here, with the exception of the HR thing, which I think we're going to talk about in the coming weeks. So.
Okay, thank you. And then I had one other question here. I don't know if the RTD trolley services, we have increased the hours. And has anyone communicated with Craig and Swedish to see if it is benefiting them?
Good evening again. This is actually another item that we're going to be bringing to you for discussion at the council study session in September, because subsequent to the submission of our budget line item for the trolley services for 2020, We've gotten word from RTD that the experiment that we've tried this year to expand the hours from 12 hours a day to 13 and a half hasn't been that very successful. And so one of the things that we'll be talking to you about in the coming weeks is reverting back to the 12-hour day schedule that we've had previous to this year, and talking about the future of the contributions of others in the area, with potentially linking that to the idea that we've been discussing with you about a downtown development authority. I think it's very unlikely that if we went to a individual commercial property owner or operator along the trolley route and asked them for money as individual contribution, that's, I think, a steeper cliff to climb, versus having some type of shared outcome. And we're thinking long-term, because this is obviously would be in the context of a downtown development authority or something similar to that in the future, where all the property owners in the area might contribute more broadly in the future. So as I said, we'll be talking to you about that. That $65,000 impact will actually shrink a bit. So there's a minimal cost savings there, and we'll have that specific number for you when we come back to you in September.
Okay, with that being said, is it possible that other things are going to be self-adjusting? Councilmember Lewis, or I mean City Manager Lewis.
I'm asking the same questions as the council member because I haven't been able to dig into this quite yet. I would just mention that I believe, learned this today from RTD. Is that correct, Brad? So
It wasn't today, but it was subsequent to our submission of the budget. And I apologize for that we didn't get that reflected on the slides.
So it's a fair question. I don't think, besides this particular issue and the benefit issue of can we negotiate a better rate on health insurance, to me, those are really right now the only flexible that are still in flux. Would you agree?
Those are the items that I'm aware of. You know, these are estimates. To be perfectly honest, I think, you know, we've always established that, you know, you put together a proposed budget with what you know today. And there are discussions like that occurring, so I can't make any promises, but let's be, you know, to be realistic, there could be other changes, but when we bring forth the proposed budget, we'll make you aware of those, especially if they impact the things that we're discussing here.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Berntine, did you have your light on?
I'm not comfortable at this point going ahead and opining on any one of the individual items. I think there's some more information as we go back and forth with it that I would like to have, and also that I don't want it to appear that we're giving any sanction to any of these items, that we're approving them, because then down the road they get kind of mislabeled as if it's already been approved, as some of this has already been brought forward, as if some of the conversation in May was already some kind of approval of it. So I'm just not comfortable with that.
Okay, thank you.
May I please comment on that?
Yes.
I honestly do not believe that we received your approval in May. My comments were that it was information that was previously shared with council, and so I could make the connection and make sure that council was aware that we were working in the same general direction that we came forth in May. Staff did not receive that as information that the council had approved any of these items. That is handled through the formal approval process in October after the public hearing takes place.
Thank you.
With all due respect, I do want to clarify that I wasn't necessarily talking about staff. The fact that anything got discussed in May and then all of a sudden ended up on this is part of the discussion that people in the community, my constituents, my bosses, are bringing to me as if they believe that it's already been approved because it's been being brought forward. It gets discussed, it just keeps going forward on some kind of trajectory as if there's been some approval. I wasn't,
Thank you.
I'm trying to be careful to the sensitivity of staff, but that's not what I was talking about, was that it looks like that in the process. So that's why I don't want to contribute to it tonight by doing that. So thank you, though.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Hopefully you have enough to go on, and this will be continued. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Director Sobota, I appreciate it. Okay, moving on to our next agenda item, the flood-prone area stormwater feasibility and alternative study follow-up. Yes, Mayor.
I'm on Hampton and I-25. There was an accident, but we're making our way.
Okay.
Are you going to continue beyond the 9 o'clock
Let's see, what does this say? 7:35 to 8:45. We may continue beyond the 9 o'clock hour if council is willing to do that. There are some nods. One, no, well, weigh in, please.
I would just say if she's probably already traveled, and I don't think it's probably worth her coming here. I would suggest she goes home.
Okay, did you, did you hear that? Actually, Councilmember Martinez is concerned that you're tired, and so.
No, I'm fine.
Okay.
I just don't want to, I don't want to come if you're going to adjourn it.
Right, no, I'm not adjourning, and unless it goes real fast. So, okay?
Mayor Pro Tem?
Oh, hang on, just a second. Councilmember Berentine.
I appreciate what Councilmember Martinez said. I don't think we're going to go that much past 9 o'clock. So unless we're going to go to 11, then it may not be worth her time to go ahead and try and come in here and then have to redo the discussion again, where it would be better off for her to go ahead and just listen to the parts that said. So are we going to 11 or midnight? Are we going to 9:30, 9:45? How much past 9 were you planning on going?
Not real far past 9.
Well, then
but-
I would have to agree.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So, with that, Director DeAndrea? No. Too many on.
Oh, okay.
They're all on. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, and you're on now.
Okay, thank you. So I will give a very brief presentation. What I'd like to do is leave the majority of the time for discussion by City Council and feedback to staff. So I do want to go over, though, the list of immediate action items. Last Monday, Mayor Pro Tem, I believe you talked about really wanting to understand better our short-term plan. So I want to go over the bullet points of what we intend to do for the remainder of 2019 going into 2020. And specifically how we're going to start to use that $3 million loan. Again, we're going to draw that down, as Director Sobota has mentioned previously. But I do want to go over that bullet point, which is on page 2 of the report, and then open it up to those larger policy questions. So the first one is completing the repair of the pipe at the existing sinkhole on the west side of US 85. We are in the process of scheduling another emergency meeting for later this week to talk in more detail with City Council about that. But our intent is to hopefully wrap that up within the next few weeks. We want to clean out the accumulated debris in the Oxford pipe from US 85 to the South Platte River. And I attached our utility staff actually went into the pipe, both at Jason Park, or the end of Jason Court, into Rotolo Park, and they walked the line of basically from Natchez to US 85. And I thought the pictures were quite telling. So you can see there, if we look at the ones for Oxford, I think a picture in this case just says more than I can ever say. You can see the built-up section of pipe in there. You can see the accumulation of debris and how deep that's getting and how that can restrict the flow within the pipe. So we do want to make that a priority and clean out all of the material from that pipe. We also will be, with the repair of the pipe at the existing sinkhole with our contractor, we want to go down and either drag that piece of existing pipe and concrete out or cut down on top of it and actually remove it as a bottleneck or that debris. So that's an important step. Third, we want to repair the pipe under Jason Court by early February. And there you can see in those pictures again, I thought they turned out pretty well considering this is a black and white video, how the bottom, so the pipe hasn't collapsed, But what's going on is the bottom of the pipe has eroded to such a degree that now the water is running underneath the metal pipe. And it's taking that material out, and you can imagine water is starting to, it's affecting the structural integrity of the dirt around the pipe, and it's washing it away. And so therefore, there's a chance that affects the structural integrity. So what we would do in this case is pump in flow fill, which is kind of very loose concrete material, re-establish that grout line so that that's filled again, and then do some sort of a liner inside the pipe to make sure that all that water is sealed out. So that's our intent with that. We are undertaking the feasibility study to determine if that alternate route along Radcliffe might work to address the large pipes that would need to be installed in Oxford Avenue. So we're hoping to have that feedback from Caliber by early November or so, if not sooner. We want to issue a request for proposals and actually award a contract for both preliminary and final design of whichever capital projects that the City Council wishes to undertake. We want to do a complete a rate and fee analysis. So we know that we're going to have to increase the storm sewer rates. How much, we're going to determine that and then go through that process later in the fall to actually establish those rates and then increase the stormwater fees accordingly so that we can go forward with bonding early in 2020. Then we would complete a citywide stormwater condition assessment or master plan. So this would be, so we've looked at a lot of the pipes within those flood-prone areas, which again comprises about 3.5 acres. We want to look at those other existing pipes, see what kind of condition they're in. If Jason Court is like this, do we have others like this? And then do we have to identify those and put those on a list to start repairing them as well? Then we want to start a system-wide stormwater pipe cleaning program. So again, if we have issues where we have accumulated debris, and I think we've done some work where we've jetted, but it's typically been on either a request basis or based on, if we encounter a problem. We want to be more proactive about this. We want to go through systematically, start with a map, and then monitor that electronically so everybody can see what our progress has been. So we're working from manhole to manhole, actually cleaning out all the material and doing that on a system-wide basis. I have spoken with both our operations and maintenance managers for both utilities and public works, and we just don't feel that we can do that with our existing staff. So our proposal is to hire 2 additional maintenance technicians, use an existing vac truck that we have in utilities, and actually do that and dedicate those 2 staff people to just doing that. We feel not only for this initial project, but that we will need them going into the future to maintain our system. And then finally, developing a proactive maintenance plan. So based on the condition assessment, which we'll get back, what are our pipes in, we want to start thinking proactively and laying out a plan for how we maintain those. So cleaning, lining, repairing, all of those tools are in our toolbox. We want to address those systematically. And finally, one of the bullet points that I didn't add, but I should, we have very competent citizens in Englewood. And so we're talking right now with a firm to help us evaluate state and federal funds and what's available where we can leverage the city's investment to doing something and getting state and federal funds to help us with that. So they put a little proposal together for us. I believe it's less than $15,000, and we're going to explore that so that they can help us through that process. The company is Stantec. He is a citizen, so that's how he became aware of the issue and reached out to me and provided us with a proposal to help with that.
That's great. Because any help we can get.
So that's certainly not my expertise nor anyone's on staff. And so that's, they would help us with that process and navigate all of those specific processes to make sure that we're eligible for whatever money might be out there. So that's our short-term efforts, if you will, for like the next 6 to 9 months. And so I want to, at this point, turn over to questions for council, and then also open it up to discussion to start talking about. And this may go on into a future study session, but start to evaluate, if you will, those policy questions surrounding, you know, what capital projects do we do? Is it just S1 and S2, or do we want to do others? We know that, I believe the intent for city council is that we want to do all of these. The intent is, but which ones, you know, that we do perhaps S1 and S2 now, but that there will be future projects coming down the pike. And then secondly, you know, do we want to explore the floodproofing and or voluntary acquisition programs any further at this point? If we move forward with some of the capital projects, hopefully the desire is that will reduce the risk to some properties, but there still is a risk out there. And then if so, do we want to help residents at their individual properties in some way? So with that, I'll open it up to any questions, Mayor Pro Tem, and leave it to the discussion for council.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Barentine?
Okay, so this is the $3 million that we're doing from the general fund approval?
Correct.
Okay, and what I would like to see is this match up to the bullet points that we had provided, so that we get some consistency in what's going on here, so that so people have concern, we're going to have the $3 million, we say, hey, it's these 5 bullet points, this is how we're going to spend that money, that's how we're approving it. Then we come back and we've got personnel in there and some stuff for the sinkhole piece that might not necessarily have been intended in that original piece, so that we don't want to have employees or things that we're kind of doing that aren't sustainable, because this is only $3 million, that it fits with the 5 purposes that we agreed to when council viewed it. And I'm not sure that all of those do. I mean, I certainly have brought it before and think it's a very good idea for us, like other communities that have found out of working with urban drainage on ongoing projects and things like that, that we need to get those grant monies and be in line for that, because our taxpayers pay into that, and we should be getting our share back of that. So if there's those kind of things, but how it fits into these original 5 bullet points, I think would be better. Also, a little bit more of an explanation on the stormwater maintenance, because we pay a lot and have had maintenance issues in the budget for the entire period, and we have people assigned those. So part of that issue came to light with one of the contracts we have with one of our other stormwater and sewer, and whether we're doing maintenance for other people, and whether we've kept those contracts up, and whether if we don't have the equipment or personnel to do our own system, how have we been doing the other ones, and whether we've been maintaining those contracts, because I think some issues are coming up with that. So if you could check into that too. So I'd just like to see it put a little bit more to the original 5 and how it fits in with what the original intention is, so that we can be realistic on whether we need additional funds or not, and not try to think that we're going to do everything with this $3 million either.
Okay.
But that we also don't expand it past what we told people we were going to do it with either. Does that sound fair?
Yeah.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Can I just ask a question about the contract? So is it just for stormwater, or was that
Well,
related to
I don't
something
know
else?
if we have other contracts for stormwater. It was just what had come through over at the water and sewer meeting, so I'm just trying to get the difference between the ones that we're doing for, if we're doing any stormwater maintenance contracts for anybody else, or along with the sewer, and how those pipes are fitting in with each other.
I'm not aware of any, but
Okay,
we
but
can certainly
and if we
check.
don't have any, that's
Okay.
fine. But the camera equipment that we would have used for the sewer pipes would have been the same camera equipment, and if we don't have it, we don't have it. That means we couldn't have been doing it. So then that's a problem. So if we don't have the personnel or that equipment that would do either of those, then we couldn't have fulfilled those contracts.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you. Councilmember Sierra?
Thank you, Director DeAndre, for bringing up the fact that I think that the intention is from council to do every aspect of all the segments, not just S1 through 4 or S1 and S2. I think at some point, I think we do need to improve the stormwater pipes throughout the entire city. I do have a question though, so I'm still trying to get in, I'm still uneasy about the $40 million price tag for just S1 and S2. And so I'm hoping that you can kind of explain just some of the pipe sizes. I sent you an email earlier asking if you could provide us the pipe sizes for S1 and S2 at both the 10-year, the 25-year, and what the current state is.
Certainly.
And just get a little bit of information on that. And secondarily, within the analysis itself, it does state that Calibre recommends we move forward with the 25-year pipe. Since council and staff should be on the same page regarding which way we move forward with these pipe sizes, do you also recommend that we move forward with the 25-year pipe?
Certainly. So I did pass out, and I will add this to the packet information. Tomorrow morning, this was something that Councilman Sierra had asked me to put together this afternoon, just comparing what's the existing pipe size to what's proposed in the for Calibre's 10-year stormwater event versus the 25-year stormwater event. So I got to take out my scissors and glue and put this together. So hopefully that will be of help to you to really understand the magnitude between where we are and then how large we're going. So to answer your question, Councilmember Sierra, about Calibre does recommend moving forward from a technical standpoint on the 25-year storm conveyance. And why they say that is because, of course, we want to provide as much protection as possible. So doing a 25-year pipe is going to protect more properties, more structures than the 10-year event. So I think that's, not to be facetious, but is kind of a no-brainer. The real the policy question, if you will, and where it's difficult for staff to answer, so as an engineer, I would say the same thing, that it's really much more beneficial and we would recommend doing the 25-year. The hard part is that it's a lot of money. And so from a policy standpoint, do we want to spread the peanut butter further and do more projects, or do we want to take this and put a lot of the money into these two very large projects to get a lot of the water out of that neighborhood in the south and central portions of Englewood? And so that's really, I think, a lot of what we need to talk about tonight. We're proceeding with that feasibility study to look and see if Radcliffe might make a difference. There might be some timing things too. So if we were to build the Radcliffe pipe, perhaps we could just simply, maintain the existing line in Oxford, and maybe that works for a while. So we could put some money, or delay all of that expense from having to be within the next couple of years. So I still think there's some nuances that we need to explore. I think the question is really how much is the city council and in turn your constituents able or willing to pay for increased stormwater protection in these flood-prone areas. We also have a need to do this maintenance stuff. So we're hoping, we'll see how it comes out with the cost analysis, but we have to incorporate costs annually for that, whether it be maintenance, personnel, whatever that might be. And we don't want to lose that, because I think over time, that's how we've gotten into the situation like with Jason Court, is we haven't spent enough money maintaining the system. So we want to make sure that's a piece of it too. So I apologize for the long answer, and but I think it really does fall back in that policy area.
Thank you. Mayor Olson, welcome.
Thank you, and thanks for being patient with me getting here. And thank you for doing this, Mayor Pro Tem, especially when you're not feeling so great. I have a question about all of the north areas. When we first looked at that is mostly the floodplain that has been identified and registered with the state. When we first found out about, the extent of what the cost would be there, we were basically told that it would not be helpful to do anything without Denver being engaged. Is that still the case? And then if so, what can we do in the meantime, if anything? And would that just simply be on a hold until we can figure out the coordination with them?
Yes, so that's an additional cost on top of these costs.
Okay.
And so I think when they prepared the study for that area, it was predicated that Denver would basically have, because they're downstream of us, would have to create the capacity in order to take our additional water. So while there could be some improvements that we could do with enlarging the pipe, we couldn't push more water into Denver than what has historically been drained there because they don't have the capacity. I know they've continued to focus on the drainage over along I-70 as a part of that I-70 widening project, kind of on the east end of Denver. So I don't know, I will have to contact them to see where they are in this process and how much they're advancing Harvard Gulch as a priority.
None of the other northern ones on this then are part of that
They're not.
draining
So these
system
are
at
true.
all. These are truly our outfall that we don't have to worry about, so we're in charge of them. Okay.
These are truly flood-prone related, so we could, again, the Harvard Gulch stuff is on top of what these projects are identified.
I was afraid of that, but I was hoping.
Thank you. Any other comments? I do have a couple of questions. I think it's important for us to address S3 also, because I do think there's some issues there. And, I mean, some major issues. Council has been getting some emails from a citizen that has, looked into, probably more than one citizen, looked into the 2002 study, I believe, and also some other things that perhaps we should address some of those issues. Has Caliber looked at all of the studies, and have they weighed in on some of those solutions?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, the 2002 study that you reference was created by Mueller. That was provided through a core request to citizens from the Utilities Department in March, I believe, of this year. Public Works was not, and myself was not aware of that study, so Caliber has not received that. We are going to send that to them. We got a copy today. We're going to send that to them tomorrow. And I will ask them to write a brief summary of how that relates to the work that they've done. So to answer the citizens' questions. So to your point, I was not aware of the 2000 study, and therefore Caliber was not either.
Okay, thank you. And I am concerned about the $40 million cost also. I think I'd like to look at some other issues where we could. I'm not so concerned about the 40 million if we're including enough area. So that's all I have right now. Councilmember Barentine.
It's twofold, my question, and that's that some pipe was identified when we talked earlier, and I said if the city is built up for a 2-year storm system, and we have a 1-year storm and it's flooding, maybe if we go to 5 or 10, would that be, if it's 2 now, would go into 10, be 5 times the protection? And at that time you said you couldn't answer that, that's not necessarily how it goes. It isn't a small, medium, large kind of thing, that there's a diminishing kind of piece to that. So the assumption that going to 25 is necessarily the best protection because it's 25 and it's everything we can do isn't necessarily, I think, the discussion that we need to have, because we also didn't know what the size of the pipes were and how we're doing this to just exactly how it do. Also, the information came forward. I think that Mayor Pro Tem brought it up, that there's pieces of this line that the citizens looked at in maps where it actually goes to smaller pipe, that if that were resolved, that may fix certain sections. So if if the warm fuzzy of it is that we're going to do everything possible and spend all this money and not do a bigger section, and that you're 100% protected, well then I wouldn't ever go out of my house. So we all take certain amount of risk. So what's the best risk we could do is that we go from a 2-year system to a 5 or 10, and then be able to do the vast majority of the city and clear up these problem areas, and then maybe go to some other methods for the higher end kind of storms that might happen. But we've all come to understand that it's not higher end storms that are causing our problems now. They're fairly low. The second one was that it came to my attention with the new PUD that the PUD documents for the Kmart property exempted or did a variance for that property, not to do detention, and not to do the stormwater. And so if we, like what we talked about with the school, that if we say every property counts and every property can help stop this and every property can help minimize this or slow it down and play a role with this kind of flood protection, then why in the world would we go ahead and give variances to large areas that are paved over and let developers off the hook from participating in the solution? So those two questions.
Sure. So the first part about you're right, there is a risk. And even if we provided the storm sewer at the 25-year, we could get a 50-year storm event or a 100-year storm event. Even those areas up in the northern part of town, if we get a large storm event, are subject to flooding because our city was developed without the proper or level of stormwater detention that other newer developing cities are. They just didn't think about that back then. And so new developing cities these days take that much more strongly into account and set aside land for detention and size the pipes accordingly to have a 100-year storm event protection from homes. So no matter what, yeah, even if we do the 25-year storm event, there's still the likelihood of flooding for those very large storm events. I don't want to be unclear about that at all. The second point about the...
Question on the first point. That actually wasn't kind of what I was saying, is that we're having these kind of issues with 2-year pipes because we're having very minimal storms. And we didn't have these kind of problems necessarily leading up to that. Certainly not in District 3, not in my area, not in that area of District 4. So for those areas, it would make sense to me that if we put from the 2-year pipe to go to 5 or 10, we would actually have to take care of those problems that are we've been experiencing in that area.
Sure.
Not that the 25 would save everybody all the time for everything, but that we would be doubling the protection for what has been normally areas that don't regularly flood. We have the 80s time when somebody might have died. We have this last year where somebody died. So when it happens, and apparently it's very severe for that segmented area. So that going to the 5-year pipe or the 10-year pipe wouldn't necessarily give us 5 times the protection, nor would going to a 25-year pipe give us, exponentially whatever that is.
Correct.
So it was more to the cost effectiveness of that, and if there is a certain amount of risk that we can reasonably take to say if we go to the 10-year pipe, we can be basically sure that for the most part it's not going to flood for most normal storms, and then try to take some other steps rather than just jumping to the most expensive solution that may not be the best thing for the larger part of the area.
Gotcha, totally.
Thanks.
And that, I think you've captured it quite well. So it's establishing what level of risk are we willing to go with. So if we can bear or live with do a 10-year storm to capture those smaller events, and then perhaps there's flood proofing or something else beyond that. Just the second point about the Kmart development, we did approve that as a 2-stage basically implementation. So they did do some detention within the parking lot for this initial phase. Their long-term plan is that they will add additional buildings in the parking lot, and that's when we'll be getting full spectrum detention from them
Are you referring to the residential that they're going to put in there, the additional buildings?
I think there's
So
more
because
commercial out in the parking lot.
What I just read today was that that you gave them a variance on what they're doing right now.
Correct.
And that you can discuss in the future. But why would you give them a variance now that they're doing the parking lot if they're not going to contribute in each segment of what they're doing?
Because the way that our drainage criteria are written, we were pushing them to give us full detention, and it simply is not worded that way. So we had to basically settle for getting partial detention now and them agreeing to full detention when they add buildings in the future.
I mean, can I ask, isn't that up to us? I mean, do they have the authority to say no? Or, I mean, who created the PUD? Wasn't it us?
I don't know if it was a PUD, but the variance,
Is this going to be something that's going to be discussed at the public hearing?
No, I think the reason I ask is because when we're doing all of the conversations that we've had about individual homeowners doing flood proofing and helping it, the information, the process we went through to try and force the schools to come up to the new codes that required them to do that kind of detention, and it doesn't look like that's what we're doing to a developer, looks a little odd. So it's all of this conversation at that time that happened that was all the small pieces fit in and make a big difference. And if we're gonna ask it from the school and expect that they should come up to the standard that we had now, although they are with the state and didn't have to do that, then why wouldn't we require it from the developers if we're going to try and start requiring it from individual homeowners? So I'm trying to get all of the pieces that we can do, that's all.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, thank you. Mayor Olson? Oh, I'm sorry, it's hard to see his. Councilmember Sierra.
Thank you. So just to follow up on the Calibre, the fact that they now have the 2002 study, will we have to see a change order on that at some point? Or is this part of their statement of work?
To address the 2002 study, I think we had a little bit of money in there to answer citizen and council questions. So I would anticipate that this shouldn't take them more than an hour or two to do. So I would say that's within their change order scope.
Thank you. Mayor Olson?
Thank you. The schools was a brand-new building, so that's a little different than an existing building, I think, right? And so we're applying a little different standards there. But that aside, I really am uncomfortable not going with what the state of the norms are right now for rebuilding in an area. And if it's 25-year capacity, I want the best. I mean, the best would be 50, right? But 25 years is what suburban areas and every new development is doing. Is that correct?
It's actually 100 years, so I
Oh,
misspoke.
geez.
So and it's not
Yeah.
a 100-year pipe, but what
Right.
they do is within the street right-of-way, they manage to keep the water, whether through pipes or with detention, they keep it essentially out of private property. So if it's flooding within the street, that's okay, but they convey that 100-year capacity.
Okay, so I am really uncomfortable second-guessing this, going back, doing just the smallest amount we can do. I think let's start with a 25-year capacity, start it at the outfalls of every place that we can and begin to build it and plan a 5-year to 10-year plan to do this. Let's not kick this down to another council. I mean, it's going to go on forever anyway, but it seems to me that we've got to do the right thing. In '99, when you think about the finances of it and what was going on with this building, everything else, you kind of understand what happened. And a couple of things did get remedied, but not enough. And it's time to do it right. So I'm very, I really want us to consider this as we have to do the right thing. I mean, we've spent a lot of time and money studying it, and the engineers are the ones you want to listen to, not just what we think. And I can come up with all kinds of ways to enlarge a pond as well, and I'm not an engineer, so I want to trust what you're saying, what Calibre is saying. If we need to get a second opinion, I'm fine with that. I think spending money at the front end is always the right thing to do, but I do not want to second-rate Englewood in the development of this. So I'd like to go with 25-year and figure out what can we do first, what can we do next, and let's come up with a plan and begin to move in that direction. But
Thank you, Mayor. And I have, I don't disagree with that, but I think there's some broken pieces that need to be fixed in the meantime. Like there is a section of 70 or 66-inch pipe attached to 74 and then going back to 84, and it's only like 24 feet. Perhaps it would make sense to make that pipe increasing so there is no bottleneck there. And I mean, I am not an engineer, and I look at things and then realize that we as council members not only are not engineers, we don't have all the pieces. And I will tell you one thing that was very concerning to me in the last few days is getting a letter from, or an email from a citizen saying that the city allowed the Oxford Station PUD to put their drain directly into the stormwater system. And I wonder if that could be causing the sinkholes over there, that could be causing the backup. And so I would like to do a council request on that, who approved that. That was against the law at the time, and I think that's, it's frustrating that people make that decision to violate the law. And if that's the reason for the problems we're experiencing, or at least some of them, I understand. I do believe there has been neglect for a long time. But it's not fair for the taxpayers to pick up the tab on that. So I think that needs to be addressed, the Oxford Station. And I think that is part of the reason why I believe this council should also consider major impact fees. And the developer should pay the cost of those fees. So with that said, I really would like to fix the pieces that are broken, and when we do the pipe assessment, especially in that area, that's going to help us, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
And, okay, I don't want to push this down the road either, but I don't necessarily want to do overkill either. Mayor Olson.
I know, it's hard, isn't it?
Yes.
Especially when you got Dave Cuesta there. So my understanding from what I heard, and I have to admit, when I came in, I didn't hear all that well, especially down on this end, it's hard to hear. But so the immediate action items, can we move forward on those? And is everybody in agreement to move forward on those? Are there any we wouldn't move forward on to at least begin to get all of the info for them? Because that's where I would start and then come back with a plan for how to do the 25-year pipes and the ones, what are the low-hanging fruits on these? Maybe there are some smaller projects in some of these neighborhood areas that we could get going earlier than waiting for some of these others. And so if there was a prioritized beginning the first year, the second year, the third year, we have a 3-year plan if we do with the loans, right, and the bonding for the rates. But
Yes, so you can bond for more. You just have to issue what's called a tranche for the amount that you're going to spend within 3 years.
Okay.
So you can do multiple tranches. So let's say we put out enough for what we're going to complete within the next 3 years. We can always do another tranche 2 years later for the next chunk of projects, if you will.
So I mean, if we did, which is what you suggested in here, is that detention really doesn't help. There isn't. So really, we're looking at the first 2 columns anyway.
Correct, yeah.
So if we went with a 25-year capacity and we decided we're going to do S1 to S4, we're going to work on that first, and it's going to take us so many years to do it, then that we begin with, and then we set a plan for the next. But then we go back up and we use the other short-term kind of immediate action items and begin to check those off. I mean, some of these are just completing some of the next steps of after an assessment. So there's not a dollar amount necessarily with each one, right?
Yeah, some of them are just things that staff are going to do in-house, and some of them are things where we're actually having to hire outside consultants to help us.
I mean, I think we've got to do some of these immediate action items and figure out if there's anything missing out of these. Mayor Pro Tem, you might be thinking of something specific, but that we figured out what those are and we move on them. I mean,
Right.
we've had flooding in these areas that have been gone sort of unreported to the city in some way by a lot of homeowners that we didn't know about but realized last year. And then we know that there were some from 99 in the early 2000s and probably into 2003, 4, 5 that might have just gone unnoticed, but certainly we have some. So people that I visited with last year, and I visited at least 25, 30 homes, a good handful of them, if not half, said they had regular flooding, annual flooding. So, and it's just been a surprise to me that the councils in the past there have not said this is a real big flood area and that people haven't reported out to them. And maybe it's because the homeowners didn't think it was the city's responsibility, but to know that that was going on, it just seems really weird.
Yeah.
But we had other things going on too, so it's not like we didn't have a bunch of other things. So I would prefer to see us get some quick action, which I was really glad you had those items here. And then the second thing is just get going on this and do the 25-year.
Thank you, Mayor. It might be helpful to hear from those of you who haven't weighed in on this yet first. Would you be willing to? Councilmember Martinez?
Sure, yeah, I am in concurrence that we need to get moving on it. We need to find the funding for all of it. I think it would be helpful if we could have a long-term plan. To what we talked about earlier is we need an asset manager, and if we had that, this would give us a lot more insight into the things that we're looking at now. So it makes sense to put these things in place now so that 5, 10 years down the line, we're not revisiting this again. I agree with Mayor Olson that we should plan for at least 25-year pipes, at least just to get our city caught up with kind of what's the regular standard on the low end, actually, and do everything we can and find the money for it. Our citizens deserve the best, and we need to make it so. So let's move and let's do this.
Thank you. Councilmember Wink?
Thanks. We should probably wipe this down. From Director DeAndre mentioned or explained I think it was to a question of Member Sierra's, explained the recommendation of the pipe sizes and why. I was immediately sure we need to go to at least 25-year pipes. So to what the mayor said, I'm in agreement, and I'd love to discuss the rest of the issues, but I definitely think that we should at least be looking in that direction and no less.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Councilmember Sierra?
I keep going back to the cost. I do think that there's a necessity to do a 25-year pipe on S1. That one I've been, for many reasons, I just felt that we need to do S1. But I keep coming back to the fact I understand that we do, well, number one, we got to make sure that we lower the risk of the flooding happening in the parts of the city that are being affected by the flooding today. That should be our priority one. But I do come back to the fact that we're looking at it's a 25-year revenue bond, am I right, 25-year?
Yes.
25 years. So we're looking at a $60 per quarter increase for 25 years. So it does affect a lot of citizens, but again, we have to do something about it. And so that's why I'm leaning towards the 25-year for the S1. If there's any way we could do 10-year anywhere else, but again, that comes back to the engineers and the experts telling us that, no, 10 years is not going to do it. You got to do 25. Then we move forward with the 25 years. So at this point, from everything that we're seeing, caliber, staff, it sounds like 25 years is the way to go. But I just have heartburn just looking at that price tag.
Thank you.
Just a point of clarification, Mayor Pro Tem. Director Sobota just corrected me. It's 20-year pond.
Thank you. Councilmember Barentine?
I believe that we need to have a 25-year system, and I agree with Councilmember Sierra. I'm not sure we need a 25-year system everywhere. I'm not sure a 25-year pipe is going to do that for every one of them. And if we wait 20 years, given the urban legend and the reality of the death last year, we might have another death. So I am not interested in delaying what could mitigate it. I'm not interested in getting the whole diamond ring if, you know, the platinum will get us married and get us someplace and get some people safe and mitigate the problem as we're working on it. Because if we go for the whole enchilada and it's that expensive, then we're liable to take so long that we'll just have another death. And I am not interested in doing nothing while we're doing everything. We either do whole hog or nothing, and we have spent a lot of money and studied, and nothing has been mitigated to this point, except for now we got another sinkhole and another problem and some more money, and when there are emergencies, then we can come up with the cash. So I would at least like to see I'm sorry, did you want me to clarify anything? I can.
No one said not do anything. I'm just making sure I heard that correctly.
Okay. If we do 20-year and it's 25-year pipe or nothing, then we limit the availability of us to go ahead and mitigate some of the smaller problems. I would like to do that piece of it first. I would agree with you that I think we at least have to do if there's some things that we could do to lessen the problems in some of these areas, then we need to do that. Whether we need to buy some homes, whether we need to help with the detention, some things that help right now to go ahead and eliminate the possibility of somebody else dying. So we could take care of that piece first and then go to a 25-year system. And when we look at the articles, the issues that are going on in places like Thornton, and they're getting all of these other projects for a lot less than we're looking at, then maybe there's a little bit more inventiveness, creativity that we could do on what we're doing. Each of these sections has their own individual problem. And you are absolutely correct. The citizens of this community deserve the best, and they're not getting it right now because we've done nothing. Nothing's been done, but a lot of money has still been spent. So if we could at least start identifying how to move forward, some of these pipes that might be jacking it up, stop making the comments that if we're going to agree that we are not engineers, that we have no authority and we shouldn't be garnering opinions, then we shouldn't be spending this money. We have to come to some agreement of information that's being provided to us so that we feel comfortable putting this money on this community. And it's a lot of money because what we're talking about is not letting it go to a vote, but this council putting that burden, that cost on this community because we can. So we have to be very careful about how we're doing this. So when you're spending somebody else's money, it's very easy to say, I want them to have ultimately the very, very best. I want that for them, but I also don't want to burden them so much that they can't live in their homes either. So if we could have some stages of this, of how we could, the quickest way, do the safest thing, maybe not 100%, but at least some safe things that would stop some of this flooding and the potential loss of life in some of these areas, and then individualize some of these issues a little, along with making a determination from this council that everybody follows the new law, so that what we burden a citizen building a home on, we certainly expect from a development. They don't tell us what we're going to expect or what they're willing to do. They follow our law and our guidelines. We don't negotiate that. So that's my 2 cents. I care about them. I want to start getting something done, and let's start having some realistic conversations besides we go for everything or nothing at all. So, and that's kind of what I'm hearing.
Thank you. And I just have a couple of questions. And Mayor Olson, I will call on you in just a second. There are 2 things that I would like for us to address right quick. They're in the list of the action items because I really don't want the meeting to go any later than it has to. So I want to look at the flood-proofing question, and also do we want to consider voluntary acquisition? So with that, Mayor Olson.
Thank you. No one here tonight said we shouldn't do both, and I just want to make that really clear. I heard it both coming here and heard it from you all just now. Nobody said not to do the immediate action items. I do have a question about acquiring homes. It sounded to me like the last time that we talked about this, and I'm not opposed to doing this if it makes sense, is that it wouldn't reap us any benefits. It would more be for the for the homeowner, and that now they have peace of mind, they're not having a house that they have to keep dealing with. Is that correct? I mean, you'd have to buy up the entire thing if it made any difference, and it might not even make a difference then?
That's correct. So, as we talked about, providing detention in Rotolo Park, you know, the cost of that, because basically there's not enough area there, we'd have to go deeper, and then it doesn't become, you know, it's almost like a well or something, because you go straight down. There's not enough area to provide enough detention to make a big difference for the cost. So similarly, if we acquired one or two homes, there's not enough area there to create a pond that makes a big difference. So we would have to look at a lot of those nuances. The voluntary would really be about, yeah, giving the homeowner peace of mind, and then what do we do with the property? Do we raise it, and then just it becomes sort of like open space? Do we try and resell it where somebody could build a house that's out of you know, with no basement perhaps? Those are a lot of things that we have to talk about is, you know, what does that program look like if we were to move forward with something like that?
And then, if you don't mind a second follow-up, did you hear anything extra tonight that would go under this immediate action items, these bullet points here, that we could add to this list? Because I'm fine with trying to do all of these and move forward, at least with some assessment and budget budgeting of each one to see what would this take.
Are you talking about the 3 million or the rest of it?
I'm talking about the immediate action items 2019 through 2020. The amount that you are suggesting is how much? We don't know. We just know we've given 3 million in a loan.
Yeah, so I tried to put dollar amounts to some of them.
Some of them, right? Not all of them have it.
You know, until we have a better idea. You know, just project S1 and S2, the design is going to be over $1 million. I'll tell you that for sure. So once we have a little bit further guidance, we can put a total to that. But as far as adding any additional things, I think, you know, evaluating, you know, what grants are available out there is certainly something I would add to the list. And,
well, I mean, accumulating debris, cleaning that out, we're going to do it, right? I mean, I don't want any of these not to get done.
yeah, I
don't
think these
anybody here
are
does, so-
necessary.
Right. So I think
Necessary
we
and
are doing
urgent.
something. I just want to see these on a timeline.
Sure.
If we could have a time, I mean, you'd put some timelines in here, but I want to, and then the Jason Street Court pipe, you know, there's a number of things listed here that I thought we said that the last time. So it's great to have them laundry list out here.
Yeah.
I am fine. I think we should go ahead with all of these and add in any more that were brought up tonight, sans the houses.
So I would, you know, as we report out in the future, we'll use these bullet points and give you updates on each one as we move forward, so that we're all talking around a comprehensive list.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez.
I had the same impression from our last discussion that we said the purchasing of property was only going to be a good solution if it were several at once together. And so we kind of, I thought, took that off the table. But have any homeowners come forward saying, please buy my house?
We've
That
had a
we've had
couple of calls just inquiring more about what did the council talk about? Is that on the table? And what we've told them is that, you know, council is still in discussions about that, and nothing's firmly been decided.
Okay. I was just curious about
Yeah.
that. Okay, thanks.
I would like to weigh in on buying houses. It has nothing to do with what the city is going to do with the property. It has everything to do with protecting human life. And we absolutely, there should have never been houses built on that area to begin with, because it was a dry stream bed. And I know that is one of the things, if we talk to Nathan Fogg, in the Arapahoe County plan, and it's part of any emergency management plan, that if there is anything that is a danger to life and safety of people, we need to do that. And I believe, I had heard that house where that young lady died, that back in the 80s, another person died, and I've heard, also, I haven't found anything where it says that. I think some people are looking, but to go back that far in the papers, you would have to have a name. But if that is true, the city would be irresponsible not to buy those houses. I mean, that's all I'm going to say. Councilmember Berentine.
And I think I agree with what Mayor Pro Tem is saying. When I walk that area, you can see that that area was meant for the runoff. It's meant as part of the drainage. There's concrete there. It's meant as part of the drainage. You can see where it would go from where it's meant to be, and then why anybody allowed a house to be there is beyond me. How that got done, because you can tell that that's where the water from Broadway and from Acoma is washing down. It's meant to go down the street and then into Rotolo Park. That was the design. So there are certain things that, quite honestly, this whole attitude that somebody's trying to make a killing off of selling a house that is dangerous, and that we would continue to allow that to happen, knowing that this is hardly the first time that that particular area, those couple of houses there, have had that serious an issue going on, that we wouldn't be proactive in wanting to make sure that we keep people safe, especially since it's very obvious, and I'd like the council to get more information on that, but walking that several times, it's very obvious to me that it's part of the drainage, the way that it was supposed to go down, and it was intended to connect into Rotolo Park. I don't think those houses should have been built. I think that we, to Mayor Pro Tem's point, that we ought to be very cognizant of putting people in harm's way. I'm not interested in making money off of the properties or putting stilts on them or making some other way for somebody to live in them. If they need to just go back to being part of the drainage system as it looked like they were designed to be, maybe that's just what needs to happen to have that flow better and be part of that design and have that in the evaluation that they do as well. So I'm concerned with this kind of attitude, like somebody's trying to make a killing on some house with this whole flood thing, and it's getting disturbing. We need to make very rational decisions for the health and safety of the community, and if that happens to involve purchasing a home, then that may be what we need to do. I don't know. Whether it's 80 houses, 100 houses, those issues came up when you brought it up to the press, and that's why people started talking to us about it, is because that got talked about when the sinkhole happened and that was released to the press. I wouldn't necessarily agree with that. I mean, we would have to have a much bigger plan, but as we're going forward, I don't think we should put it off the table either. So if we could have a little bit more information on how we expect the whole drainage system to work, because the whole drainage system is never going to just be a pipe. It's always going to be how the water gets there from the properties that it's draining from. So I know it's going to include more than just, it has to include the pipe. I mean, it comes off the street, and it's got to come from the properties, and how it comes in, who's got detention ponds, and how we go forward with the new law, and whether we enforce that on developers and residences. So I think it's kind of the whole program of how we're going to fit this all together.
Thank you. Councilmember Sierra, and I really want to get consensus too on this.
Yeah, so just one question, and then I can, regarding the remaining two recommendations. So just a question regarding the flood proofing. So, if a citizen did require flood proofing, they would have to contract out with a third party, or we're not providing that information to a homeowner on what they should do for flood proofing.
That's correct. They would have to consult a professional to determine that.
Okay. And then I guess a secondary question, I don't think you're going to have the answer tonight, so it may be a council request, but since we're looking at reinstituting the home repair program, would we be able to use funds for that for the flood proofing? So that would be a question
Okay.
that
Good question.
that I'd like to get an answer to. So I do recommend that we look at providing what's the word that we're using? A percentage for property owners for flood-proof. And I believe last time there was a decision or at least a recommendation to do 70%. I think I was more comfortable with the 50%. But obviously as a council, we can look at what that proper amount would be. But I would recommend looking forward or looking towards a flood-proofing program.
So I do have a question along that lines, because I had a citizen that I talked to has spent $20,000 on flood-proofing their home. They hired an engineer, and so 50%, that's $10,000 for one person. I'm thinking that could mount up.
And I believe when we looked at the budgetary numbers, I think that we're setting aside, what, $500,000 for that amount. So I think, yeah, so it is a costly figure. And so if we're doing 70%, the number is just keeping.
Where that property is?
That property is not even in the South Inglewood Basin. That's in an area that's, I was shocked when the person told me they had flooding problems, really. So. So I think we need to be careful about that. I mean, I'm just gonna weigh in. I was not for flood-proofing to begin with. I was very frustrated that it got brought forward by staff, that we did a study on it, because I knew that everything else was gonna cost a lot of money. But I know that then it got taken off of the plate and council never really talked about it. So I just want you all to weigh in. Mayor Olson.
Turn it off. First of all, I hope that no one on this council has made any comment about making money off of people by buying their homes. I've never heard that. I certainly hope that's morbid to me. That's just absolutely gross. So I hope that's not what, and I didn't hear that from you in any way whatsoever. So want to set that straight. That is not what I've heard anyone here say. And I mean, people make jokes about other things, dying in their homes in the future and stuff like that. I don't find those funny either. But I hope that we take seriously the fact that someone did pass in that home, and perhaps another, and perhaps the homeowner, out of their own issues, need to help with this as well. I've not seen them come forward. But that said, I do want to say that I would love to see us do some kind of flood mitigation assistance, but perhaps it's in the form of loans, because I don't know how we would sort through all of this in a way that would work. And so maybe they're very, very low interest loans of 1% or something, because it may be that many of these homes, all they need is some very extra technical work, given the fact that people have put up walls, put up different things that are kind of bouncing off of each other like pinballs. And then the second piece would be to, it was the second part of a really quick win. I think it's, the buying of homes. I think what I'd like to know with that, I think what I'd want to make really clear, if we're going to do that, which I'm not opposed to doing, that it's not about flood mitigation anymore. It's really about just getting the homes out of there, and because they shouldn't be there, if we think that's, or they don't want them to be there. And if, I'm not going to judge whether a house should have been built sometime or not. Things have changed tremendously since the 50s in terms of the floodplains even. The area that I am in, my house used to be in the floodplain, now it's not. The urban, so things have changed. So I think we need to be very careful about that, but I would want to make it really public that if we do this kind of a thing, that it doesn't necessarily mean people's homes might not flood. We have to do these other things as well. So I don't want it to stop us from moving forward on things, so.
Thank you. And do we have enough consensus?
I'm not 100% sure. If you wouldn't mind recapping, perhaps, Mayor Pro Tem, what you heard, so.
What I heard was, well, we don't have consensus, that's what. I think we don't have consensus on buying homes. I don't think we have consensus on the flood proofing either. Councilmember Martinez.
Do we have consensus to move forward with the immediate action items?
Yeah, I think we do have consensus on the immediate action items. Okay.
Page 2 of the analysis, there's 10 bullet points there. those 10. Plus doing the evaluating state and federal fund availability, or grants and loans.
Correct. And I think we were on consensus on that before you actually showed up to the meeting. Only thing that I asked was, and the consensus that we have, because we don't really need consensus, is that if each one of those items goes
Tie those
into
back.
what we voted on already to give the $3 million, then we don't need consensus. I just had an issue with a couple of these not going into what was voted on already. So, and that was, if you could tie them in to the 5 bullet points that actually got passed, then the money's already passed. And you're just kind of reiterating what these bullet points look like, more putting them together in the money. That part's fine.
Okay. And as I stated, I think we're developing these over time, but to Mayor Pro Tem's point last Monday, it's like, what is our plan? So I want to be very detailed with that and be able to come back to you with updates on each of these items.
And I agree. I see that they're coming from that and being more detailed. I just would like them to tie in just a little bit more, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Wink.
I need to go home. I don't feel well, and I don't have any indication this meeting's gonna end,
Okay.
even though we've...
All right. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Thank you. Councilmember Martinez.
Thank you. At our last discussion, I was supportive of the flood proofing at 70%, but I, through our discussions, have just more questions. So how would that process work? And how would we handle it if folks are not in the designated areas of flooding, like Mayor Pro Tem has mentioned? And I know I've heard from folks that have done a significant flood proofing over the last 20 years that they've owned their home. So how do we, I assume it's not retroactive, or it is, or it's not, I don't know. I feel like we have a lot of more questions to be answered before we dial that in, but I am supportive of some level of flood proofing. I don't know how would be the most fair to do it, particularly as it relates to, not so much in the past, but in terms of geography, because people do get flooded and they're not in the areas that we're talking about. So it's not really fair for us to say we're only going to focus on, these parts of our city. So I don't know.
Okay. Thank you. Mayor Olson.
Thank you. Member Barrington, I think we agreed that when I came in, I said, I think I heard you all say that immediate action items were all in a consensus with, and I was just making sure that was the case and that there wasn't anything more added here. But it sounds like we have added a couple things, which is looking at a percentage maybe of flood mitigation for homes, which, by the way, was in the Caliber study, which is why it became a public document. You didn't just out that either. It was just something you got asked the question. I was at that press conference. But I do want to know a little bit about what would that take, how much would that possibly be? You had, I think, one of our past documents had that on it as to how high percent each one was. But I'd be really interested in doing a really low interest loan on them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's really the direction we're looking for tonight is there enough interest for us to, because it will be a fair amount of work for staff to put together some of those parameters. I think Councilmember Martinez makes an excellent point. All these policy issues, is it retroactive? Who do we cover? What are those terms, if you will, in terms of who is eligible? So there's a fair amount of work there, and I can foresee that we could throw something out to you, get feedback, and we could go through that process quite a bit as you guys debate that. So if there is at least a general feeling to move forward, we can certainly start to put some of those parameters, and maybe we can then explore the loan as part of that.
Thank you. Councilmember Barentine.
I understand your frustration because we talked about it, and then we studied it, and then we said we were going to do it, and then you came back and said it's not really feasible, and we dropped it, and now it comes back up again, and that just gets kind of frustrating, I'm sure, for the staff, because last time you said we weren't moving forward with that. So I don't think we can keep doing this to the staff. If it's really not feasible for us to get involved in that piece of it, and it's not going to move forward, then we need to not waste anybody's time. So that's kind of important. We've gone back and forth with this several times now, and
I mean, I believe the Mayor Pro Tem last time said, I thought we were going to do this, and then.
Well, and the only reason I said that is because I wasn't supporting it, but there was consensus.
And then the
to move
staff
it
came back
forward.
and said, no, we really aren't believe that this is the way to go. So now we're sending them off again to go and do it, and I don't want to have that ball keep getting bounced back and forth. I believe that what you said during that presentation was it isn't the best bang for our buck, and that wasn't the direction that you guys went with. So decide.
Yeah, I think, it's a lot of administrative work. So I think, I think there is some immediate that we can do something immediately for people. So they're not waiting multiple years to implement a project. It's within their control then to some extent as to what they can do with their personal property. I think there is benefit to that. So, but the effort comes in the administration of that project. So if we agree on all the parameters, now we're having to work with each citizen, them, going through their plans, facilitating that process with them, that's all.
Point of information on that, though, you also told us it was way too, it was just way too expensive if we did 50 or 70%. But now if we're talking about simply giving a loan at a 1 or 2%, that's a little different. Of course, we still have to come up with the money to loan, but yeah. So I think it's just a little different. I'm fine with not doing it if that's what the consensus is. I just wanna make sure that we're not leaving every stone unturned, which is what I heard earlier tonight, was that we've done nothing, we're doing nothing, and I want to say, no, that's not true. We are doing something, and you've put a list out here again that we had consensus with earlier tonight to move ahead on. So we are doing something, and I'm really, really thankful for the kind of work you put in for it.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so Councilmember Sierra.
And I'll be quick on here. So here's my thinking on why I'm for the flood proofing is that we know it's going to take a while for the pipes to actually go in the ground and actually improve or mitigate the risks that we see with certain neighborhoods. If there's a citizen that wants to do something now while we're working on this process, that's why I'm for the flood mitigation. To me, when it first happened, we said we wanted to do something in the meantime. And so I think that this is one aspect of it that I think we need to look at. So that's where my thinking is in terms of why I would want to do the flood proofing. But obviously, this is more of a consensus whether or not we want to move forward with that.
Thank you. Okay, with that, I think we're done. Hopefully you have enough. So we'll move on to council member's choice.
Mayor Pro Tem, can I make one editorialization? I know you guys have been working on this for a long time, and so some of this seems repetitive, but I can tell you, coming in and hearing these conversations with relatively fresh eyes, you're making real progress. I mean, just coming to consensus on those items. I'm also hearing some consensus around S1 having the 25-year, but really taking a hard look at the rest and if that's the right way to go. We have time to, take that into consideration. So feel good about what you're doing. The conversations were really helpful to staff, at least in my opinion.
Thank you. Okay, who would like to start? Councilmember Sierra.
I'll start just because Maria DeAndre is right there. So there is, so you actually won't have to say anything, but you may have to write something down. But could you reach out to Denver Public Works? Again, that inlet that's off of Washington and Yale has a lot of debris, and so there's a lot of debris. So if they could come in and just clean it out, and now there's a little bit of concern is that if they're not maintaining what can be seen, are they maintaining what can't be seen? So, so if we could just reach out to them and have them look at that. And then lastly, the Inglewood treasure hunt is occurring this Saturday from 5 to 10. It is benefiting the school, so if you bring a school supply or make a donation, you'll get a map that you'll be able to participate in a treasure hunt for 8 vendors. So I'll go in terms of geography. So Belt, Double's Head, Whiskey Biscuit, One Barrel, One Barrel is the one that I was missing. One Barrel, Inglewood Grand, Zomo, Peace Cellar, and Tabletop are all participating. So 8 vendors, so I hope everybody's able to make it out and support the schools. So that is it. I'll be there with my son, so early, hopefully. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Barentine.
I want to get an update on the concrete for the patio. It came to my attention that the concrete was being tore up at the new Cheryl Inn. Some citizens were very upset about that. I appreciate that the superintendent responded so quickly, because I didn't know whether it was a city job or the school. The school was taking up the ADA ramp because it was 3/16 of an inch off. We approved a sidewalk, brand new build on the north side of where One Barrel is, and it's 2.5% to 3% off. So it's not ADA compliant, but it got designed, it got poured, it got inspected, it got approved, and then when some business goes to use it, then they're told it's not compliant. And so I would like to get an update on that. Fortunately, the school was savvy enough to go ahead and take care of that right away and got the contractor to do it, and I think we still have Broadway Lofts has got skin in this game, and certainly a lot of taxpayer dollars that we provided for that project, so I hope that gets taken care of quickly. Summer is fast ending, and their patio is going to become a moot point, so it would be nice to help their business out and get that right for the people in that area that have to use that. And then the property on Logan reminded me of working with Excel on some of these properties that have poles both in the alley and in the front, where poles are limiting access to private property. I know of several that have tried to build garages in their back, and the pole was not on the property line, so it was interfering so that they wouldn't be able to go ahead and build it. One of them happened to be my neighbor. I went ahead and gave him a variance instead, and he was able to build the garage, and it took a little while for Excel to come out and move the pole, but they did come out and move the pole. The other issue was when Rick Kane was still Public Works Director, and then from Eric Keck, when we actually had some properties that were moved with the new zoning into urban lots. And the urban lots, which may not have been ever intended to be built on before, but now you can build on some 25-foot property that had never been built on, those poles are there, and so they make the development of that. And so it was my understanding that XL was coming in and moving those, so I would like to just follow up on that. I think I sent the email to the Mayor Pro Tem and to the City Manager as well. So if you guys could follow up on that and let me know. I think I've talked to Tom Henley. I've copied him on it as well so that we can see, because now now that this has been brought up, it's got a bigger issue for me remembering about the urban lots and whether we change zoning to make them developable, and then they've got this other piece in there that should have been part of this whole thing as well. So if we could just follow up and find out. Thank you very much and appreciate it both.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez.
Thank you. Let's see. Cherry Lynn had an open house. Many of the council members were there. So it's a beautiful building. Congratulations to the school district and the students and all the Cherry Lynn families and the citizens. They did a lot of cool things to kind of preserve the history there. They had some red lockers that they kept and the doors and a lot of really cool things. So I was really happy to see that because that's the elementary school I went to. So I had a lot of nostalgia, my mom and I, when we were there. So I'm really excited about that. Also, the Culture Arts Commission had an artist meet and greet this weekend, and so thanks to the citizens who came to that, and thanks for our new city manager for coming and meeting the citizens there for that. That was fun. And the Keeping Good Beautiful has a Duncan Park cleanup this Saturday morning, so if you're interested. That's it for me.
Thank you. I just have one question. Were the lockers red when you were there?
I think they were brown when I was there.
Okay. I think they
Or
were
gray.
gray. I think they were gray when I was
Yeah,
there.
they were really a lot more dull than the red that they are restored to. Yeah.
Thank you. Mayor Olson.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank again Mayor Pro Tem Russell for pinch hitting for me. It's really wonderful to get on a plane and actually land here knowing that the computer system went out. They can still do that kind of thing. I had a great time Tuesday night with at all of the national nights out, and think that we've got to just thank Tony Arnaldi for that and others in the police department who keep setting those up. I know it's a big strain for personnel time, and we might want to rethink some of that, but if we can still maintain the neighborhood parties, I would sure love to see that continue. Wednesday, the Metro mayors met in the early morning, and one of the things that I think that's important for you all to know is that the Metro Flex Fund, which we gave $1,000 to, has now reached $250,000 with all the cities in the area and matching funds from the Daniels Foundation and from the Denver Foundation and CLR. So, and one of our own folks here, well known in the city, has gotten housing through the Metro Flex Fund, and so I'm very, very pleased that we've had some impact there. It is the last mile fund. It's the but for this, the others would not be able to stay in their place or get into a place for the first month's rent. The ACE Walk on Wednesday was pretty phenomenal. We had a really great turnout of, I really appreciate the ACE folks who put that together, and I did have a council request from that, but if you ask a few of us went, Member Sierra and Mayor Pro Tem and I, it was a really hot day, but it was really, really insightful, and the city manager went as well, but thanks to the folks who put that together. One of the requests that we made of Darren Hollingsworth, and I'm not sure if it's probably taking time, but just to reiterate it, is that if we could find out what the property taxes are in that particular light industrial area and how much of that goes to the city, and then what the lease rate is in that area. I think as we consider, raising things with rates and so forth, it's good to know what that area particularly has to endure when we do that. And we'll need to do that all over the city, but there were some claims made there that I think would be good to find out if it's true or not and to what extent the stress is there for them. And then a special meeting. Are you going to bring up a special meeting or no? Okay. I didn't hear it at the beginning of the meeting. I thought, well, maybe I missed it. So I believe we might need a special meeting to continue to increase the amount of money needed. You mentioned it earlier, but we didn't get a consensus of can we do it either, well, it would have to be Wednesday. No, it has to be Thursday now, right? Because can you do it in 24 hours
Thursday.
notice, or it has to be 48?
You can do it in 24. We
Okay.
work very hard to make it 48, but the law requires 24.
So we could either do it Wednesday night or Thursday night with that kind of parameter. So we need to hear from everyone here if we can get a quorum there. We know that that member Cuesta is out of town this week. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Very brief.
The other ones were brief too, so.
Yes, so we've encountered some difficulties with some existing utilities on the repair of the existing sinkhole. And so we do need to authorize additional funding, and so I'll go through the details of that at the special meeting.
It'll be.
Yes.
And it's because of the sewer lines that they encountered?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So if we could just go a quick round, can you do Wednesday or Thursday? Okay, Councilmember Barentine, Wednesday and Thursday? We'll come back to you. All right.
I can do
You
either
can?
one.
I can too.
I can also do Wednesday and Thursday.
Okay. So we'll just, and staff can do Wednesday or Thursday, I assume, right? So, shh.
Let's do
I
it
was-
Wednesday.
I was going to tour the prison that night. I really was. Uh-huh, because I missed it last week.
Okay,
We'll do Thursday.
Thursday.
Okay, 6 o'clock? Okay,
okay.
no food, just come, hurry up, make the decision one way or the other, and then we'll leave. All right, thank you very much, that's it.
Okay, thank you. And so everybody's really touched on I was going to talk about too, National Night Out. I went to a lot of parties. People were really happy that they got reinstalled, and I do think it's very important. We had ours last night, and the neighbors, I mean, our neighborhood has changed. In the 25 years we've lived there, now we have a lot of young families that have little children, and it's exciting to see that. So I do think it is important for us to know our neighbors, and So I hope we can continue that. I was really impressed with Cheryl Lynn and what they've done there, and I too went to elementary school there. That long hallway still has been maintained. It's totally different on each side of the hallway, but anyway, so best wishes to the school. And the ACE committee is doing a great job in reaching out to businesses in different areas, and that was a very eye-opening meeting. And so thanks to them, and I want to thank all of you for putting up with me tonight. I just, I was feeling kind of crummy, but anyway, I am better than I was a few days ago, so thank you very much. City Manager's report.
No report.
Thank you. City Attorney.
No report.
Thank you. This meeting is adjourned.